Good to be back at the desk. Welcome in, folks. Howdy, howdy, howdy. Hope everybody is having a very fine Sunday out there on the interwebs 28 months later. That's the next follow-up from Alex Garland. Actually, he didn't do the second movie, did he? Alex Garland did 28 days later, but somebody else, I would swear, did 28 weeks later. And I feel like, didn't that have Idris Elba in it? I feel like that might have been the first place I actually saw Idris Elba. But I don't think I've watched that movie since it came out. All I remember from that movie is there's a scene where they use helicopter blades to chop apart rage zombies, and there's a really disturbing scene where somebody beats Rose Byrne's face in with the barrel of an M16. It's like really... It's not super graphic, like there isn't that much gore. It's from a camera that's mounted on the front of the M16, like in a dark room, and you just see it going bam, 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 and I remember being like, oh no. Oh, that's horrible. I don't like that at all. I remember it though, so I guess it was effective. But that has nothing to do with anything. I'm just talking about it. We're just talking about it. Roland, thank you so much for the 28 months of Ergatarung, also hitting that 28-month mark. White Wolf Wargarble his way into the 25. 5 squared, here's to 5 cubed. Yay, Vader indeed. Yeah, we're gonna have some fun. We're gonna have some fun with Vader tonight. We're gonna finish it. Whatever the fuck we wind up with at the end of tonight's stream, I'm gonna be like, yeah, that's it, we're done. It's over now. Considering I really feel like the only thing I have left to do is touching up OSL on this guy, like, I'll be pretty happy with it. I think we'll also come back and I'll finish redoing the saber on this other one so I can actually call this done. I'm gonna take a picture of all 3. I'm gonna put the wind ones, the ones which were won in the competition, which wasn't a competition, in the raffle. This sentence just, I'm not finding it. I'm not finding it at all. I think you know what I mean, though. Zombie Bunny Creations, how you doing? Welcome in. Zombie Bunny, I follow you already. I've lurked in your stream, I feel like, a couple of times. You do Legion stuff, right? Welcome. Good to see you. Had you at Vader. I have been finding, because I've been sharing this Vader around, I have had more people respond to this Vader with questions in like DMs of, that's an amazing 3D print, where did you get it? I don't think a lot of people know that this is an official Vader model. Like, most of these disappeared into people's closets and went up on like eBay and whatnot. And I feel like Star Wars Legion players look at this Vader and they go, I mean, well, that's a 3D print. And it's disturbing to me. Am I out of focus? I don't look out of focus to me, Dwegham. That might be your... Do you have your glasses on? I realize this is one of those questions. This is like, have you tried unplugging it and plugging it back in? And I apologize for having to ask it, but I feel that I should. Sliced Kitty, welcome. Sliced Kitty, how have you been? It's been a little while since we've seen you. I love your art. Everything that we've gotten from you art-wise has been fantastic. I hope that you were in the hospital for something recently. And I'm remembering this in the moment. I don't know if you told us what, but I certainly hope that it was a short stay and that everything came out all right in the end. Still in the oh, I'm so sorry to hear this. It was not a short stay. It's not a short stay, but hopefully things are looking up. Hopefully things are looking positive. All the Vaders. Do you have one of these? Zombie Bunny, do you have one of the limited editions? I asked because if you do, I'd really like to see it. I always look to other people when I start to paint a model like this. I'm like, what have other people done with this figure? And I could find like 4 examples online. It's really hard to find painted examples of this figure. It's stupid. It's ridiculous. I continue to be appalled that most of them apparently haven't been painted. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Sliced Kitty. That's something that's real fucking hard to get over, but my best wishes my best wishes, and I hope that we can give you a little relief, a little entertainment during your stay. They might be sealed as limited edition Vader. I find that repellent. I don't know. I think I'm a bad collector. I've always been the kind of guy who I buy collector's edition things and then I open them up and I pose them because I'm like, I want them. I want the fucking thing. I don't want the box. That's stupid. With like statues and stuff like that, you can still see the statues, so you still kind of get everything out of it. Like, I think I have a limited edition Todd McFarlane 24 Jack Bauer statue that's still in its box. But it's like, it's clear, and you can see the whole statue from the outside. So I'm like, sure, put that on the shelf. I'm not gonna play with it, you know? But something like this, where it needs to be assembled and painted, what the fuck are you doing? Like, is this an investment? Are you gonna put this in your estate? I don't think so. Still in the box, currently working on 1,500 points of custom Rebels Zombie Bunny. If/when you get around to painting this bad boy, please let me know. I would love to observe. Check out the Lincoln Lawyer on Netflix. Is that like Lincoln Logs, but with lawyers? Because that could be fun. I'll tell you, chat. I've had a weird week. I feel like I say that a lot, but then I feel like there have been a lot of weird weeks lately, for a number of reasons. I will say right now, before anybody brings it up, there are some events in the American news very, very recently, as in last 48 hours or so, that pertain to Twitch, and some rather horrific tragedies that I will not be discussing today, because it's something that I think everybody's still wrapping their heads around. And I don't think it really has anything to do with me or us. I just want to make that clear. That's not going to be a subject of conversation today, because frankly, I've had enough depression for the week. Had a busy and interesting week. Also, a couple I went through a depressive episode this week. I did. That wasn't why we missed Thursday. Thursday was completely unrelated, but I had a good 24 hours, maybe 48. I would say a good 48 hours over the course of the week where I got hit with a real low spot. And I only bring this up because I'm feeling kind of proud of myself, which might sound odd in that context, but in past times in my life, I haven't dealt with down periods. I haven't dealt with depressive periods very well. I let them get to me, and I tend to stew and dwell in them. I'm a big doom scroller. I'll do that. I'll be like, "Oh, my life is shit. Let's look at how we're not gonna have any water in 10 years." You know, shit like that. But I had a real bad one this week, and it was all just like, "Oh, what am I doing? Oh, social media is garbage. Everybody's fake. Everything's why do I even bother painting? I'm no good at it." Like, you guys know. You guys know what it's like, because I promise most of you go through some version of it to some degree. But I mention it because I'm bouncing back from it. I'm bouncing back from it harder than I usually do, which is sort of a cycle I've been trying to get into, where I double down. I try to fucking rebound and come back into it and just grab my projects and put twice as much effort into them as I did before. And for the last 12 hours or so, I have had a remarkable amount of success with that. It's been an incredibly productive period, so I'm gonna try to keep riding that train forward just as long as we can. But folks, it happens to us all. It really does. Whether it's those particular concerns, whether it's those particular thoughts, it hits us. I know. Yeah, I know. Time stop. I don't have manic periods, and I don't have bipolar disorder. This is more of a chosen, intentional one. This is more just trying to turn that energy into something positive. The guy in my mug's not so, yeah, right? As I hold up my Mike's DeCloset Depression mug, Wait, we can do even better. We can do the Rich Evans on the couch side. This was me this week. Wait, let's get the face. There we go. That completes it, doesn't it? But again, I if I was still going through it, I probably wouldn't want to talk about it. But you know, these are hard times. These are hard times, and it I don't want anybody out there to feel like they're alone when they're going through that. And while I don't encourage, like, you know, dumping in chat or on Discord or anything like that, I do just every now and then, particularly when it hits me, just kind of want to say to everybody, you know, you're not alone. Sometimes that's just what you need to hear. I know that's sometimes what I need to hear. And if there's anybody in chat who needs to hear it right now, you're not. You're not alone. And I can't say that I'm gonna... I can't promise too much. I'm not gonna drop everything in my life and come rushing over to your house to give you a big hug or anything like that, but I do appreciate all of you being here, and I appreciate that we have managed to make this stream and this community into an incredibly supportive place. To the point that I've very recently had a couple of like mental health charities reach out to me via email, and I was surprised to find that it wasn't just the usual, like, oh, you should participate in this because you're a streamer, you know, insert name here. They were like actual emails from people who had actually watched the stream, and I was like, oh shit, okay. They seem to think that we're a good, supportive community, and that's a little bit validating. That's what I want it to be. That's all I want this to be, is productivity and encouragement and art and expression. And we get so much of it here, and it just... I guess I'm not really going anywhere with this thought. I just feel good today. And, I'm so glad that I get to share this with you guys. I really am, and I'm glad that you guys get to share what you're doing with me. So thank you for being here. Toe Bean Lord, it's been a while. Welcome in. Welcome in. Main PC's motherboard died. Shit, Shock. That sucks. Oof. I'm so sorry to hear that. What I'm not sorry to hear is that Hamburg Tack is in chat. Hamburg, how you doing? Dropping those 3 gift subs. Thank you so much. Hitting Leaf Painting, Nocturnal Miniatures, and Journeyman Paint Hour, who will no longer have to watch commercials, at least for the time being. Certainly my favorite part of any given subscription. Asri, good to see ya. Merlin Models, thanks for saying it. Dude, Merlin, how you doing, man? How's the cosplay building going, dude? You know what I like about Merlin Models? First of all, you should be following him. But you know what I really like about Merlin Models? Is just that unbelievably shit-eating grin on his face every time I see a picture of him having just worked on a new prop for his cosplay. Like, it is the most... You guys know the fake smiles. You know the fake smiles. I'm here on Twitch. You know, I put shit up on YouTube, I post on Instagram. We swim in a world of crafted faces, and you learn to see the bullshit ones. And there's no bullshit. There's no bullshit in Merlin Models, just absolute joy in what he's doing, and that helps me, man. That helps me. So thank you for that. Well, I'm glad to hear that, Merlin. Yeah, like I said, we all kind of support each other here. The stream does a lot for me. I'm very selfish. I'm very selfish in that way. The stream does a lot for me, and I really appreciate it. How you doing, Tobean Lord? It's good to see you. Well, I am sorry to hear that. I'm both sorry and glad to hear that. I'm sorry that that's been the situation for you, but the fact that it's coming to an end, fucking fantastic, dude. I'm excited for you. Jay Schaefer, rocking his way up to that tier 1 sub. Jay Schaefer, thank you so much for your support. Thank you all for your support. Hamburg, oh my god, Jay Schaefer, White Wolf, Forgotarung, Roland, everybody else in chat. You guys are amazing. Absolutely amazing. Ugh. I'm gonna finish my tea off here. We're gonna go ahead and get started. I did a lot of building this week. I built all my Forge Fathers. I'll show you some of them. All except the Iron Ancestor, whose base I have on one of my printers right now. And this week we're going to be working on some more Mantic stuff. We got Forge Fathers, we got Veermen, then we're going to do Asterians, and we're going to move on to something else. I really like the Veermen. I was looking at the Veermen lists recently from Mantic, and I saw that there was a leader model for their list building for Firefight called the Tangle. And I'd never looked at the Tangle before. I never thought of him. Like, the Tangle, some psychic thing, whatever. I'm building with, like, Broodlords and shit. And Romeo Void. Romeo Void dropping that gift smoke. That gift smoke. See what I did there? That gift sub to Fire Smoke. Thank you so much for your support, Romeo, and welcome in. It's fantastic to see you. The Tangle, though. I had only ever looked at the name. I looked at the model recently. It's the Rat King. I don't know why this didn't occur to me. It's the fucking Rat King. Which, I don't know if you guys are familiar with the rumor of the Rat King. I don't know that the Rat King is real. I think it's one of those, like, you know, somebody flushed a gator down their toilet and then a full-size gator ate somebody in the sewer kind of rumors. I think somebody found, like, the desiccated corpses of a bunch of rats in a big mound at one point, and they developed the rumor of the Rat King. At least this is what I've gathered. But the idea behind it is that it's when a bunch of rats are, like, you know, in a sewer or some nasty place, grow together in such a way, like, their tails become tangled up, and eventually they grow together into a mass, into one big, disgusting thing. And it's called the Rat King. I had no idea that this was a leader model for the Veermen. And I'm into it. I am so into it. They're blind, like, rat men with their tails all fused and grown together, and they have, like, psychic powers. So they're moved across the field. There's a bed of rats, and then this cradle sitting on top of the bed of rats, and then the Rat King is on top of that, and they just, like, make people's heads explode as they move them across the battlefield, and I'm like, yeah, we're gonna do that. Fuck yeah, that sounds awesome. I mean, disgusting, but awesome. Fuck yeah, Toby and Lord. Fuck yeah, get back into the art. Get back on the horse. I'm excited to see it. I always like seeing your art. What kind of tea? Oh, I'm on a big Earl Grey and lemon kick right now, Slice Kitty. Rat Kings are real? See, I wasn't sure. Everything I read about Rat Kings was like, and this is a gross subject, I'm sorry by the way. Everything I read about Rat Kings seemed kind of hokey. And I saw, no, it's ice cold Earl Grey. Earl Grey. Iced. Actually, that wouldn't be too bad, I don't think. Yeah, I don't know. Do people drink Earl Grey iced? I don't do iced tea. I don't even know what kind of tea people drink. I'm not really a tea guy. It's hot. It's Picard hot. Give me a break. Oh, we're gonna paint it, Sliced Kitty. I'm gonna get myself one. We're gonna paint it. I'm also gonna be sculpting up some. I noticed in my Veerman list that I could take as a really, really cheap option just rat swarms. Like 10 bases of nothing but rat swarms. And I'm like, I'm gonna sculpt those. I need to sculpt some bats. I need to sculpt some rats. Because we're gonna do bats for our Space Dracula. We're gonna do rat swarms for our Veerman. Oh, that's even grosser, Dwegham. Ugh, rats. Ugh. I was reading, Dead Zone podcast, and it sounds weird because that's just his name on Twitch, but he runs the Dead Zone podcast. He sent me the original Warpath, the Warpath source book, and I've been reading up on the Veermen and really enjoying their lore. They have the closest thing I can, like, they're like, you know, Ratlings or Ratkin from 40k, like Skaven. But weirdly, some of the closest lore I can attribute them to is like the old Necron lore, which seems strange. But they have the same kind of attitude about them. I know, Cyborg, I've been thinking about that, Dwegham, how to do them as Cyborg Space Bats when they're so small. I'm thinking about it. I do want to do Cyborg Space Bats. I think you're right on that. It's going to take a little contemplation before we get there. But we're going to be doing some more sculpting streams in the near future, so we'll see that. Currently drinking iced Earl Grey with lemon. Oh, I'm drinking hot Earl Grey with lemon, so Earl Grey brothers. as it were. How do you brighten an oil color? Is it possible, or do I need a different red? Ooh. An interesting question. So it depends. I'll get into that in a second. What was I saying? Oh, because the Veermen are regarded as super mysterious. Like, they were thought of as... They weren't even thought of as a race until recently in the Warpath universe, which is still sort of developing its lore. They were just thought of as rumors. Like, the attacks that they were responsible for, usually the ships would just be cleared out of people and they'd find them and there'd be like signs that something had happened, but they were like, just weird space shit. And there were rumors of giant rats, and they'd always attribute that to, it's just people seeing rats and getting freaked out in space. But as it turns out, there is a race of giant rat men. And then in the Warpath universe, like, recently they've been boiling up out of sewers and caverns and attacking people, and they've been confirmed to exist, and no one knows what it is that they're responding to. So they have kind of like a weird Tyranid Necron thing going on. And the reason I thought of Necrons is because they have ray guns, and the way they're described is they're energy weapons that use unstable and unknown combinations of gases and radioactive emissions to fire rough, nasty energy. And in my head, I'm picturing like a shitty version of a Necron Gauss flare. How, you know, it shoots like a beam or an arc or a bolt, and that causes the matter of its target to sort of shear away and disintegrate. And I'm thinking like, yeah, this ray gun would... I'm thinking like Mars Attacks style ray gun. You know, like, and you're like, just bones are left over and it just sort of peels flesh away. I'm thinking, how awful would it really be to be attacked by giant rat men with ray guns? It sounds silly, but it would be horrible. Skaven and their love of warpstone. Yeah, it's a similar sort of obsession with toxic shit. They're also, interestingly enough, in the Warpath universe, I think the one race that's immune to the plague, which is a major feature of it. Get a Rusty Shackleford, right, with the truck and everything. That'd be amazing. So how do you brighten a red? How do you brighten a red? So it's always tricky. It's always tricky to brighten red because you're generally going to want to do one of two things, which is either mix in yellow or mix in white. Now, if you mix in yellow, you are going to be moving your red towards yellow, through orange and into yellow. So you got to be kind of careful with that. You don't want to do too much. If you mix in white, you'll be desaturating your red and you'll be moving it towards pink. So my recommendation for brightening a red is to go the opposite direction. Brighten your highlights to a degree with yellow, very, very softly. Look into using a color like a cadmium scarlet. That's a nice sort of pre-mixed... first of all, make sure you're using cadmium because it's going to brighten easier than anything like a cadmium hue. But using like a cadmium scarlet and mixing in like a lemon with your red is going to go pretty well, but do that very sparingly. And my recommendation is to come into your shadows with green instead. Take like a phthalo green, a nice dark one, and go into your shadows and start to blend that into the deepest parts. And I say this because that way your highest reds are still going to be a nice, vibrant red, a rich red. And your shadows will become complementary. And the effect that will have on the viewer is seeing that red as brighter and as more distinct. So if what you want is a brighter red, consider a deeper complementary shadow instead. Give that a try first. That's my recommendation. Sumatha, it's fantastic to see you. Very simple lens, eye, and a wide... Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Now, I hadn't thought of the tiny rocket on the back. That's a good idea. But yeah, I was thinking like do 2 or 3. I thought of like the one little eye lens. That's a good one. A rocket on the back would be a funny idea. Maybe one with a mechanical looking wing. Make 3 or 4 of them. And then just copy paste and repose and do a whole swarm of them. The trick is going to be getting in there and painting the little mechanical details, but whatever. Whatever. So, Kellis, you have the Winton set, I'm going to assume? Dino Man Matt, welcome in, my friend. I have something I create in the future that I'm really proud of. Can I do a second picture for the Storm Report so long as the second picture is a shit-eating grin? I can't go making exceptions for shit-eating grins, or we're gonna have the shit-eating grin report before long. Oh, Coral, good to see you, my friend. And Kellis, yeah, you probably, because I started with the Windsor and Newton set as well, and that's the Winton set, right? I'm trying to remember what's in that. Now, I don't want to, the last thing I want to do, particularly when someone's getting into oil paints, is say, buy this expensive product. But I cannot recommend the Gamblin Radiant paint set enough. It's not anything that you can't do by just mixing your own oil colors, but it is such a huge shortcut. And using Gamblin Radiant Lemon as a highlight for red has changed my life. It's so good. It's so good. Well, you can do the same with this Lonely Sandbar. You can, because it's real easy to glaze in with oils. You can do the exact same thing. But you'd have to wait longer. Cha-cha-cha. Red's a tricky color, though. Red's a tricky color because almost anything you do to brighten the hue is going to move it either towards pink or towards yellow, and you definitely don't want to transition it too much into orange, or it starts to look funny. A little orange is okay, but not too orange, and it's a careful balance, and that's why I have had much better luck deepening shadows and working in complementary colors, because it just makes your base red appear much brighter and much more vibrant. Alizarin Crimson is a great color, but it is deep. Alizarin Crimson is deep. So my recommendation to Kellis Rain, if you're doing oil painting and you're doing red, Alizarin Crimson is a fantastic color for working into shadows when you're working on something green or blue. Get yourself just one tube of just cadmium red. In oil paint, it is my belief, there is almost no real substitute for cadmium red. A real cadmium red. Don't get cadmium red hue, get a cadmium red, because you can do almost anything with that. Exactly, Lonely Sandbar. And working with contrast is something that I think a lot of artists need to be encouraged to do. It's like we're afraid of it for some reason, but contrast in miniature painting is everything. Contrast is life. You have to embrace it. Excuse me. Thin line of desaturated yellow could easily blend into a red base and make a highest highlight, maybe. I mean, yeah. And as noted, if you move too far away from red, you can always glaze some red kind of back in there. That's why I like having certain things on hand, like the Rainy River Designs, or Ruby, or Scale Colors Ink Tense Red. Their Ink Tense line is really good for glazing. Yeah. Oh, Coral, you've been streaming yourself, like, prospecting for minerals on Corellia or some shit. It's a bold choice. It is. Welcome in, Cookie Mama. Alright. What do you say we paint some stuff? How about that, huh? These are the bases, by the way, that I got done and posted to my Instagram. They're not perfect. I took some notes away from these sculpts, and I've redone them with a full set of 10, which are actually on my printer right now, and now I'm doing the larger sizes. But they came out pretty good. I think the texture actually looks pretty nice. And I made myself a series of insert multi-mesh brushes in ZBrush so that I could just take my little details, like the diamond steel plate there, like the I-beam, and just drop them right in. And it's going so much easier now. I'm amazed that I've been working in ZBrush as long as I have, and I didn't know how to make insert multi-mesh brushes. It's so powerful, and it's literally like 2 clicks. I just didn't know what buttons did it. But they came out pretty decent. I think my next set's going to be better because I made the details a little bit larger. and I added some diversity. I added in like cinder blocks and a few other pieces. These are my old Veerman paint jobs. I did these fucking like 5 years ago. So we're going to be repainting all these guys with some new theories behind them. I'm going to be doing the ray guns the same. A lot of people paint the ray guns where it looks like these little things on the back are full of sloshing liquid. But I prefer painting them like they're batteries and then doing like a green glow effect up here. But we're going to be leaning into a triadic color scheme with these guys, with sort of a soft bluish fur on the arms, red armor predominantly, and then green glow effects, and then kind of some rusty nastiness on the bases. Oh, they'll be up Merlin models. I'm doing the whole set. I should have several base sets becoming available here in the near future. For these ones that I've been doing for Firefight specifically, there's Rimworld Colony, which are the ones that I did for the GCPS. There is Crystal Badlands, which are the ones that I'm using here for my Forge Fathers, which, again, I came up with a better way to do this, using multi-alpha and insert multi-mesh brushes that is so much faster than my old way, so I can get this set done. And you can see I do the versions that have both the washer sockets in the bottom and flat. These models were kind of fun. I got like my Forge Guard built and everything, which are basically like Dwarven Terminators as far as I can tell. But we're going to be painting these guys. I will say that these Steel Warriors were a pain in the dick to build. They're probably my least favorite plastic Mantic models at this point. But we'll be working on these guys. I think we'll probably be painting them Tuesday. And then the final base set, and again, these are the prototypes of it, will be these, oh, that's a terrible example, will be these, which I'm calling Rust Warrens. Just kind of like a nasty junkyard look. And we'll get a better look at these, because these are the smallest bases. We'll get a better look at the details when I've got like the big 40mm bases together, which go with the Nightmares. These huge mutant rats with combat drills and chemical sprayers and shit. I like these models a lot. I'm really looking forward to painting these guys. Please do, Dino Man. I can't promise I'll have a good answer for you. Ah, shit, Merlin models. I didn't. Oh my god. Would you pass on my apologies, and I'll send Alchemist Models a message on Discord today. Again, this last week has been bad for me for communication, so I apologize for that. But yeah, you put us in touch, and then I got distracted with something else, so that's my bad. Gonna do them with the speed paints, that's the plan. I'm gonna do them with speed paints, and then I'm gonna come in with oils to touch up and do OSL on them. I might do a little bit of extra work really on the Veerman.
But your camera is not.
You're just fucking with me. Just fucking with me. I might do a little bit more close work on the Veerman, just because these are my main faction for Mantic's Warpath. I love Ratmen. I love Space Ratmen. They're just so much fun, and they're horrible and stabby. But we will be doing speed. I've decided to do speed paints for the entire Mantic line. So, oh my god, I just dropped one on the floor. Oh, okay, I got him. But like the Forge Fathers, these guys, we're going to do these guys all up in speed paint, which I've decided on a Salamanders-inspired paint scheme for them. I was going to do orange, but then I decided that... So what I'm doing is I'm doing speed paint for the model overall, and then I'm picking like one detail on each force that I'm going to go ahead and put a little bit more effort into just to create a nice focal point and make the model look overall better. So I had done orange on my Forge Fathers initially, but then I realized what I want to do is paint the hammers with a glowing effect so they look like they have an internal heat. And if I do that, and the model is orange, it's not going to show up. It's going to look like shit. It's going to be orange and orange. You won't even be able to see it. So I wanted to go with something contrasting, so we're going to go with orange, or rather red-orange, for the heat glow. We're going to do green armor with some black accents, and then we're probably going to do sort of a blue dirt with red glowing crystals. And overall, that should be a nice, good-looking, and easy paint scheme for these guys. Glow blue, that's an interesting idea. I like the kind of red-orange molten look to the heat hammers, you know? Alright, let me move these guys out of the way. Oh god, excuse me. I've seen Dr. Rhino's Rusted 40k Chaos Knights. Have I ever? That dude, he sends me a fucking like, you know the updates you get from Dr. Rhino on Instagram when he's working on his knights? I get 5 times as many in private messages. Every time he does anything, he's like, hey look, I drilled another hole in the knights! look at it, doesn't it look like chaos? Like, I get all those. So yes, I'm following that. How about the Mantic models for assembly? So far, like, the GCPS were real easy. The Steel Warriors, these guys, they were a bit of a pain in the ass to figure out the best way to do it, but once I got into the swing of it and I figured out where all the pieces went, they really weren't so bad. They're a little counterintuitive, but overall not terrible, in my opinion. And the fact that they're in styrene makes up for so much. But I didn't, again, once I got into the swing, I didn't have any trouble with it. I was able to drill all the barrels pretty easily, add in details. They've got a good variety of different helmets and backpacks and stuff, so you can kind of separate them out. Like, I used particular helmets for my Reaper autocannon guys. I used particular helmets and pieces for my flamethrower guys. The flamethrower guys have their beards sticking out, which makes less sense than anything in the entire world. But, fuck it, whatever, they're dwarves, you know? The dwarves are... Their beards are fire resistant. I don't know. You know, you make up whatever you want to explain that. It doesn't have to make sense. I do like the way you can pose their little leader guys. You can have their pistol forward and their hammer raised like they're about to smack you right in the gullet. There's little fellas too. The Veermen building is much easier. I haven't built the Asterians yet, but after we get through the Veermen, we'll be doing the Asterians, and I can give you a review on those. The vehicles have all gone together nicely. I actually really enjoyed building the Forge Father tank kit. It was a little kludgy in a few spots, but not really that difficult to figure out, and actually surprisingly easy to magnetize the pieces on. The new mule for the GCPS went together like a dream. I love that model. Are they in many pieces? It depends on the faction. The GCPS were not in too many pieces. The dwarves, the Forge Fathers, are in a reasonable number of pieces. Let me see. The legs are one piece. The torsos are two-piece. The arms are two-piece each because the shoulder pads are separate. I actually really like the way their standard rifle arms are put together because the arms are separate and they have ball sockets, and then the guns are independent. So they're actually... This was probably the easiest part to do, was assembling this. Maybe my one complaint, and this is just a broad complaint about multi-pose models in general, is they have these nice chest pieces on them, and literally all of them are covered up by their big old Hailstorm rifles, so it's like, it doesn't matter. But, you know, if I'm really going to complain about that, I have to complain about every Space Marine model for the last 20 years, so big deal, you know? You can still show off some of their chest pieces by having them in open poses like this. They include a good number of heads and shoulder guards, so like these are my bodyguard dwarves that I have for my Huskarl, and I was able to give them big, crazy shoulder pads. You can leave their backpacks off, which I did for my bodyguard guys, and then give them crazy little horned helmets with metal beards. Maybe my favorite thing about the Forge Fathers is that some of their helmets have metal beards. They have, like, beard armor, like, built into their helmets. It's amazing. It's amazing. Don't think you could paint those. Why not, Roland? They're nice. I did a deep clean on my desk, like a real one, more than I've done before, where I like scrubbed all the paint that had sort of been oversprayed over the years and everything. And I dug into my shelves and I threw a lot of stuff away and moved a lot of stuff into boxes. And I found this. I painted this Dash Rendar for a painting competition that I forgot to enter. I realized. Like, I was going to. I was like, yeah, sure, I'll paint a Dash Rendar, and we'll go ahead and enter it in the little Dash Rendar painting competition for this 3D sculptor. And I put it on the back shelf someplace, and then I forgot that it was happening, and I just found him today, and I was like, oh yeah, I forgot to do that, but I think he came out pretty cool. I did this guy like last year. I don't think I ever took pictures of him. He's just been sitting on my shelf, but, you know, there he is, being the classic knockoff Han Solo that he always was. It is, Dino Man. This was... This isn't Order 66 designs. This might be Skullforge? It's Skullforge, or it's... I did paint it partially on stream, Sumitha. I think I finished that afterwards. Yeah, it was like 2 years ago, right? Who's the other guy? There's two main Star Wars sculptors. There's Skullforge and somebody else. It might have been the other guy. I'll try to find out, though. I'm sure I can. But it's a nice model. It came out pretty good. And the fact that he has a 3D printable base that he can go on is actually pretty nice, too. Good deep details on this one. And then I found, and I think this one is Skullforge, I found his, I had printed this and never got around to painting it, so I think I'm going to put Bo-Katan into the... Darkfire, thank you. Yes, I think it was Darkfire, forgot around. I think this is probably Darkfire as well. Because I got a lot of stuff from Darkfire. But yeah, really, really nice Bo-Katan in a cool pose. I printed this forever ago. I think we'll go ahead and finish painting her. Get a little freehand action going on because I like Bo-Katan. And then I found this model. I don't remember buying this. I have no memory of buying this model. But it had nipples. It was a topless tech priest. I have opted to make it into a skin-tight bodysuit tech priest instead, but I think we'll go ahead and put this one into the rotation. Yes, Grimskull, who I think is also...
Here at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
I can't remember what else they're called. These are the guys, though, that did the Blood Pact that I painted. They're called something else. Like, it's Grimskull Miniatures is on all the branding that you get. But if you go online, the store is called something else. Warwolf, good to see. It's a really cool model. Artel W, thank you. Yes, that's it, forgot around. Artel W. It's a really neat model with lots of detail. I like the way that the mechadendrites are wargaming. Ooh, one of you is right. I've purchased from both Artel W and Wargame Exclusive, and now I can't remember which one this one is from. This might be Wargame Exclusive. Either way, it says Grimskull on it, but that was never ever on any of the websites that I bought it from, so I have no fucking idea.
Not to worry, we are still flying half a ship.
As I was saying. Yeah, I think Wargame Exclusive is right. Because that sounds right, because again, that's who I got my Blood Pact from. Oh my god, Riot's sister. How you doing tonight?
Hello there.
It came to, like, it built really nicely. It's got lots of cool details on it. We've got multiple servo skulls. We've got a flamer. We've got a crazy grabber arm. We got... Is that a Volkite pistol? Is that what that is? I want to say it's a plasma pistol, but I think maybe it's something else. A big old crazy tech axe thing. And while I'm probably not going to get into doing any GW official stuff, I never said anything about third-party sculpts. Looks like Volkite, yeah, I stopped playing the game before Volkite became widespread. Yes, Vors, indeed. Oil paints, we're going to be getting back into it. He's usually the one to do rather skimpy models that are a bit tasteless at times. They are a bit tasteless. I have one other tasteless model. I remember getting at the same time, and it is the female Kroot model. It's like a sexy Kroot. Which I just thought was too funny not to get. It's like a sexy, cannibalistic bird woman. That's amazing. And I thought that there was some distinct irony in this one, because it's like, we eschew the flesh, except for the boobs. Oh, I'm very amused. But yeah, we're gonna do like a skin-tight latex thing, I've decided. There is. It's in my closet. Like, I would show you... You know what? Fuck it. Hold on. It'll just take a second. I think I know right where it is. If I can't find it in 10 seconds, I'll come right back. Not technically cannibal, carnivore, Vergaderung. The Kroot lore remains some of my favorite lore in 40k. Naturally, it's totally, almost entirely unexplored. That's the nature of things. One second. If I can't find it immediately, I'll stop looking. Alright, Conveniently, it was in this bag that has my address on it that I'm going to cover up, but it says Kroot in big letters. And I do have a bunch of Kroot in here, but where is it? Let's see. Got a Kroot Shaper, got a Krootox. And here it is, yeah. Grim Skull Miniatures. Greater Good Wild Hunter. Comes with a rock for her to perch on. She's got like a badass bow-looking thing, but let's have a look at what we're wearing here. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's where it's at. Where's Matt Yee when we need him? Hold up. Asking.
I know you're really focused, Thunderhead, but your camera is not.
It's a little focused. Give me a break. I got a narrow depth of field. Hold on, we had a question here. How to make a palette for oils, cardboard, and baking paper get the job done. So Vors, what I used before is just a piece of cardboard with some parchment paper on it. Parchment paper is probably the same as baking paper. I think I've heard it referred to as that before. But now you can do wax paper. I like parchment paper for one particular reason, which is that your parchment paper is going to leach some of the solvents out of your oil. What a thing to what a thing to have on screen when I get raided. This is the situation that I'm in when a raid comes in from Holly Monster. I'm like, hello everybody. Welcome to Thunderhead Studio. We're looking at some models today. They're really good models. Holly Monster. Thank you so much. Welcome in, Raiders. We're discussing the practicality of whether semi-cannibalistic bird ladies would have breasts or not. This is just my luck. Well, welcome in, Raiders. Holly Monster, thank you so much for the raid. If we could please get a shout out for the incredibly talented, welcoming, and always fun Holly Monster. I hope you had a fantastic stream. I didn't get a chance to stop in before I jumped on, so I didn't see what you were working on, but I would love to hear about it. But then, of course, you should probably take a break and go do something else, Holly Monster. You've been streaming after... What the fuck? What's happening? What's going on? Voris, thank you also for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I was saying... I was just telling Vors that I like using parchment paper for my oil palette. This is 2 raids in a row that I've been caught holding just boobs up. So this is not normal, okay? This is not normal. This is abnormal content. For the love of God. I like parchment paper on my oil palette because it will sap some of... It will take some of the solvent out of your paint and actually help it dry a little bit faster. So that is my recommendation. I have my own oil palette that I've put together, which if you have a 3D printer, the files for this are available on Thingiverse. Rainer72, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. 2nd in a row, holy moly. I hope you had a good stream. What were you working on? And Holly Monster, if you felt like dropping a picture, if you have one, of what you were working on tonight, or just something you'd like to share over in the Storm Report channel in the Discord, I would be more than happy to show it later on in the stream. We're gonna do this, though. We're gonna paint our oddly sexy Kroot. I think my favorite part about her is that she's wearing this badass gas mask. Look at this. Isn't this cool? And, like, with the wicked fucking Kroot quills going on. Like, her head is, I think, my favorite part of the model. Like I said, we don't really do 40k, but I said nothing about third-party figures. We will do that. Alright, let me get this stuff put away so we can work on what we're doing tonight, which is this limited edition Star Wars Legion Vader in oil paint. Did some various GW stuff, and Aristea / Infinity minis, mostly stuff for friends. Infinity, like I've said it before, I'm going to reiterate my pledge. If Infinity releases an entire box set in Sciorez, I will get into Infinity. Because Sciorez is fucking amazing, and I know that they've released at least one model in that material so far, but it's like their weird stompy Spider-Mac thing. I think the rest of it they do in metal. Absolutely right, O'Coral. It's her head. That's my favorite part. Balefire for This is what is going to be going on all night. Balefire Forge knows what I'm talking about. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for saying so, Kickstand. We've been working on this guy kind of once weekly for the last couple of weeks. I should probably start painting him, because I've been sitting here for like an hour just bullshitting and showing off Kroot boobs instead of actually painting. I like the Kroot, though. The Kroot are cool. They're one of the most interesting... It does say. Yeah. I didn't realize that. But yeah, made in Ukraine. Right there. So our Grimskull brothers... Made with smooth-on, smooth-cast polyurethane resin. It's a really nice resin that they make their stuff out of, too. But yeah, our Wargame exclusive Grimskull miniatures, I didn't realize they were Ukraine-based, but maybe I'll order some more stuff from them. Show and tell is just as important as painting. Words is hard. Oh, good. Oh, no. I do have water. Praise be. Thank you so much for the reminder, Hamburg Tack. Smooth-On, it makes some amazing products. If you guys haven't used or seen Smooth-On's XTC 3D self-leveling resin, it's one of the best finishes you can put on an FDM 3D printed part. It is so easy. You just do a couple layers and then sand it and you're pretty much done. Don't inhale the dust, but broadly speaking, try never to inhale any dust. Oh, I gotta put on my gloves. While it's not likely that I'm going to have a significant toxic reaction to oil paints just getting on my skin a wee little bit, they are more necessary now that I'm using true cadmiums. What brand is from Ukraine? That would be Grimskull Miniatures, which are also online known as Wargame exclusive. I've painted a number of their models. All, if you look on my Instagram, find my blood pact that I did. All is dust. A fellow son of Magnus, I see. Yeah, they're known as Wargame exclusive or Grimskull minis, and they are Ukraine-based. And I hope all is well for them because some really great sculpts. That's also our booby priest here, who would like to do a proper paint job on here pretty soon. I think we're probably all rated out for the night, Dwegnom. Parchment paper has been working well, but I don't have a way to adhere it, so it moves about, get annoying. I used to super glue mine onto some cardboard. Achilles Rain, this is available for free on Thingiverse if you have a friend who does 3D printing or you have access to one. I have found this to be incredibly helpful because you wrap the parchment paper around the top part and then you magnetize it to the bottom part and then you put your thumbs through here and you tighten it and it holds it nice and taut. And then you can pull it up off afterwards and just slip the paper right off and throw it away. And it has a little cover that goes on it. Alright, we should paint some stuff. How about that? Alright. Get a little solvent kicking. I shouldn't do that. I'm going to squeeze white spirits right into my mouth. There we go. Have some parts you got from America to turn your Trader Guard into Blood Pact. Still haven't decided how I will do them color-wise. I wish someone would sculpt up some Sons of Sek. I wouldn't mind painting some Sons of Sek. That would be pretty cool. Reptilian Overlords does a good job, too. I have somewhere... I have some of Reptilian Overlord's Blood Pact printed somewhere. I could swear that I could just reach out and grab them because they're always in my way. but I don't know where I put them. I've got them, though. I bought those files from him. White spirits versus thinner. Your take. I like odorless mineral spirits, or white spirits. Like, well, what do you mean by thinner? Which particular chemical would you be talking about? Because broadly, you have two options when it comes to oil paint for thinning your paint, which is either more oil or a solvent. And solvent leans your paint, oil will fatten your paint. So you're almost always going to want to go with solvent over oil unless you're really doing a lot of layers or you really want to slow down the dry time. Because solvents will decrease dry time, oils will increase dry time. Cure time, more accurately. Let's go ahead and start off tonight with some of our phthalo green, because we have a lot of OSL to add. These are oils, by the way. These oils on my palette here, these are from a week ago. I haven't even touched them in a week, and I'm just going to add some solvent, thin them out, and get going. Oh, you got that backwards, Avash. He went in the spirit's mouth, if we're talking about Ray. Bustin' makes me feel good. We want this to be plenty thin. A little bit more. Kickstand, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. There we go. Now we're getting close to something I can use. Phthalo green is so rich and mixes so well, particularly with the Gamblin' Radiant Lemon, which is what we're going to be using for a lot of our OSL effects here. I might have painted him to the base a little bit. Okay, there we go. That's better. Not going to be able to see much of the green as it initially goes on. It'll become more apparent as we're able to highlight it some more. I'm going to go real heavy with it, though. Since I finally got him on his final base. Sure we get the bottoms of our floating rocks here. Got a hair in there. Damn it. Let's get it out. How many of the Order 66 minis have I done? I've done at least a couple, back when I was playing Legion regularly. I have a Bo-Katan around here from him that in fact, I've got 2 Order 66 minis right here that I've painted. Excuse me. I think I can grab them. Oh, I'm so close. Come here. Come here, you little bitch. Oh, fuck. Now these are older models from Order 66. I might be doing some of his newer stuff because I like his big ATST mech. But I did his Bo-Katan, which came out pretty nice. And I did his... I just grabbed it. What did I do? Oh, I set it right here. I think this is my favorite model that I did from Order 66, which was his Anakin Skywalker, which I did very much in the Clone Wars style. You can see I was very, very new to OSL at the time, so it barely exists. Oh, I'm ready, Dino Man. My credit cards are paid off and ready to rock. Am I liking the Mona Lisa? Wait, what am I doing with the Mona Lisa? Still waiting for some Republic Commandos. Somebody did some Republic Commandos, didn't they? I feel like those models are out there. Or do you mean official Republic Commandos? Like from Atomic Mass? Because I guess that's technically different. I don't think I've looked at Grimskull's new models, so I wouldn't find that too surprising. He was a pretty prolific designer. I hope everything's alright over there for him. What solvent / thinner would you suggest? Yeah, where is it? So, I've had the most success with, and I'm only now getting to the bottom, is just this super cheap Weber odorless terpenoid / white spirit. I've had a lot of success with this. I have a few other more expensive ones that I've used, but I haven't had notably improved results from them necessarily. So we're gonna have some green coming up here onto the bottom of his cape, and then we gotta start working some in on his booty boots. Which I've mostly avoided highlighting his boots because I knew that we were gonna come in here with the green and have that be our primary highlighting. Yeah, I think it adds a lot. And again, it was part of my whole concept of the piece's composition. I've been sort of saving up to doing this Vader, and I really wanted to do something special with him, so I went kind of artsy-fartsy with it. And we did our triad of red, blue, green, with red representing Darth Vader, blue representing Anakin Skywalker, and green representing Luke Skywalker, as is good and proper. Let's go real heavy with the phthalo down here along the bottom because we want to establish a heavy sort of baseline glow along the whole bottom edge. He literally does not have the legs for it. Because he doesn't have any legs. I guess that's the joke, so that was your joke, but worse. And I'm not going to go too crazy trying to make the OSL perfect on this. We're just going to be very suggestive and try to be kind of evocative with it. Not all our light sources have to be perfect. They just have to be vibrant. Hey, what's up, X-Braun? How you doing? Think brushstrokes and oils mean your paint is too thick? Yes, Achilles Rain. Well, the thing is, too, don't worry about brushstrokes and oils for the most part. Like, you shouldn't be leaving many of them, but the nice thing about oils is you can come in well after the fact and blend those out. Because, again, that, like, as long as your brushstrokes are there because you want a lot of pigment to be there to then be blended outwards. If you watch Wapple paint, he leaves brushstrokes a lot of the time, and he will address that as saying, like, yeah, and then we get to the end of the model and the brushstrokes all magically disappear. So I wouldn't worry too much about it. But broadly speaking, if you're leaving too many brushstrokes and you don't like it, you're just using too much paint. Just got home from a family trip, hopefully a fun one. Alright, we're going to start in with some of our Gamblin' Radiant Lemon here, which again, I still have on the palette from last week, and it is perfectly usable. Oh, I love oil paints. I'm going to go real strong along the bottom. Because that's going to be our source. Maternal Pillow, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. I'm glad to hear that, Desert Owl. Not really worried about the base rim. That's always the last thing I do on any given model anyway. Oh, thank you so much, Maternal Pillow. It's probably the best OSL I've done. But we've been working up to this one for a while, getting a lot of practice in with other Vaders, so I'm glad to hear that it's effective. I'll pull a lot of this off and just start kind of blending my green in here. And I'm just going to kind of be cheating by sort of holding my brush out and then bringing it in as I move in an upward motion to try to catch the edges that would be catching the light. Pull out the texture of the rocky base. We'll come back in with some more lemon after the fact and brighten up some more spots sort of strategically. Focusing a lot of our bright spots toward the bottom where the source is, and then getting a little weaker as we go up. Yeah, with oil paint, less is more. Start with as little paint on your brush as you possibly can. You have so much working time with oil that you don't have to rush it, you don't have to push it. Also, I think Phthalo Green plus Gamblin' Radiant Lemon is one of my favorite combinations so far. It's so intense. Yeah, you have to unlearn some habits from acrylics. You definitely do. But once you relax into the oils, they're just so potent. There's so much you can do with oils so easily if you learn to... I feel like acrylics, they make people a little anal retentive, and you'll have better success with oils if you really just relax. Just relax. Model is red, green, and blue. It's as if the artist wants to take us on the journey of Vader through the painting. Somebody's been watching my streams. Oh my god. Is it Matt Yee? Let's make sure we get that shout out in there. Yee, how you doing? I was just talking about you. I don't remember what I was saying, but I was definitely talking about you. This is my artsy fartsy Vader. The journey of his training, his fall, and his redemption. How you doing, Yee? How's that glowing rat coming, dude? That rat looks so fucking cool. I think that's one of my favorite pieces I've gotten the chance to watch you do. And I'm leaving some spots in here where you can see these would be facing upwards, so I'm leaving them more of a natural color. Oh yeah, we got some... That's what it was. Thank you. We were... Hang on. Do we have a dumpy for rating? Hold on. Oh, damn it. No, she has a loincloth. There is unfortunately a dumpy cover. That goes on, like, right here. Like, you get a little bit of it. So, of the dumpy that can be seen, Yee, what do we think? We got a lot of leg action, we got some clawed feet going on, and we got about a quarter dumpy. A dumpy denier, thank you. But I think we need a quality rating. I'll have to get her built and primed so we can get a better look. That's some Kroot dumpy for you, buddy. I knew you'd appreciate it. What colors did you use to get the greenish underglow? 2! That is Phthalo Green and Radiant Yellow, and that is all that I'm doing. Radiant Lemon. Did I say yellow? I meant lemon. B tier easy. I can't remember. Do you have an S tier? Do you use like the traditional Japanese rating system? Have I seen the Aqua Troll? I don't know that I have. Well, I mean, yeah. Like, if it was easy to get to, then the S tier would be meaningless. I'm glad that you respect the S tier dumpies, Matt Yee. I was a big fan of Ass Effect Andromeda myself. Damn it, there was a better joke in there. I give up. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna spend a lot of time thinking about how to turn that into a more effective ass pun. I'm sure it could be done, but... Alright, I'm gonna bring in more pure Radiant Lemon, a little bit thicker, because I want to brighten up the base. And then I think we'll come in with some Radiant White. Ooh, I want to get in there. Because we want it real strong down here, where the glow is ostensibly coming from. We also have... Now, there's... Now, hold on. Yee, maybe you can answer this for me. Now, we have a Dumpy Denier pretty hard on our Tech Priest here, but I would say that arguably, due to the transhuman nature, the Mechadendrites are, in fact... Like, that might be the Dumpy. It's possible that these are, in fact, the Dumpy, in which case we see quite a lot of it. And we're gonna need maybe a rating on this. It's not, you know, the usual or anything like that, but I think it deserves some attention. They got to be coming from somewhere. Hey, what's up, Mafik? How you doing? You sigh, but you're still here, aren't you? I see you there, Sumitha. Grab a little bit of our Radiant White. Bring it in with some of our raw Radiant Lemon. A little bit of solvent. Really trying to just use paints that I put out last week. A little more solvent. It's glorbed up quite a bit. Ooh, metal slug, huh? It's a good time. Orcrist, how you doing, man? Good to see you. They have eliminated world hunger by eliminating pooping. He doesn't know how to use the 3 seashells. Merlin Models, you have a fantastic evening. Thank you, as always, for taking the time to stop in. I know it's not easy for you, but we always love to see you in chat. I'll be saturating the very bottom of it with this white a little bit so that I can work the yellow a little higher. And I think we'll grab a couple of small spots with this white mix. Not too many, because we want this mostly to be yellow and green. But some of the lowest spots should have a little bit of titanium in there. See how that contrast really just helps push. See how much darker the red looks after you start doing that. And I'm mostly just looking for pieces of rock that are facing downwards towards the source of the glow. And sharp edges, and avoiding anything that faces upward where it wouldn't be catching the light. Well, thank you so much for saying so, Riot Sister. It's certainly the one that I've tried the most on, but I'll tell you guys, I can't take too much credit for it. Oils make doing this so much easier and so much more relaxing. Because if you try this with acrylics, you tend to be a little bit more careful, because if you make a mistake, it's hard to correct. If you make a mistake with oils, it's real easy to correct. It makes you bolder, and techniques like this they reward boldness. Fortune favors the brave, dude. Well, I'll tell you what we're going to be doing next, Riot Sister, is we got our limited edition Luke Skywalker, so we're going to be trying some blue OSL next. You know, every time I've done OSL, I found that to be true. Oh, I missed a spot with my Radiant Lemon. We're going to take a step back and come back to that. I found that to be true every time I've done OSL, particularly when doing lightsabers, is that you can do all the glow effects that you want, but until you come in and you add the source with your brightest highlight, it's not going to read right to your eye. Alright, let's do a little bit more here. RevSo 7. Better than RevSo 1 through 6. The 7th iteration is here. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers, my friend. I hope you're having a good day. I hope everybody out there in the Twitchverse is having a good day today. It's so easy to have bad days these days, what with everything that's going on, but thank you for joining me tonight to just kind of take a load off and enjoy ourselves. Indulge in a little escapism, a little art, a little creativity. Some of these internal crevices, I think, are going to help to sell the effect too. We really want, like, it's a real bright source, so I'm really trying to lay it in so that it makes more sense when you see it shining on his cloak and on his armor. Punished Fink dropping a couple of gift subs. Holy moly, thank you so much. How you doing, Punished Fink? How's life? How's tricks? How's painting? How's Battletech? Needed a break from playing Elden Ring. Well, you can take it with us. Nope. Oh, don't break his lightsaber off towards the end of the paint job. That'd be embarrassing. Alright, so I'm going to take a small break from applying paint. I need a nice soft brush. Here we go. And we're just going to do a little bit of blending. to see where we want our sharper effects to end up. Just very soft to take out some of the harsher bits. You don't want to take out all the harsh glare effects, you want some of them. Some of these spots could definitely do with a little bit of easing. My paper towel in just the worst spot where I want to put my elbow. That's a terrible idea. Let's move it. Get out of my way, Forge Fathers. Why are you even here? I'm going to shove you off to the side. That's better. With a light shiv. We'll just call it a conversion. It's technically accurate. Alright, let's put a little bit of color here. Pull some of it out. And then start working the rest of it up. Oh, Hamburg, thank you. Oh, you catch me slouching, buddy. The Conviction series. I don't believe I've read that. Sell it to me, Roland. See how easy that is? It's stupid easy. Nice, easy blend. Nice, easy transition. I'm using Windsor and Newton, so some. A lot of what I'm using now, Mjar, would be Gamblin and Windsor and Newton, but their artist line, not their student line. I need to do a little bit more phthalo green in here because I realize there's some other spots that would be catching the light. You don't want to miss. And then we'll come in on his boot and start working on that. I'm telling you, oil paints are why I'm doing things like OSL and non-metallic metal now, because it's so forgiving and it's so simple. Now we're going to be repeating what we talk about sometimes with our volumetric highlighting for doing glossy surface texture effects. As I'm always saying, you need to know how to do a sphere, a cube, a cylinder, and a cone, and what we have here on his heel is a cylinder. There's our general cylinder effect. Go ahead and grab his toe, give that a little bit of shape here. On the bottom edge. Grab the edge of the sole of his boot. Really don't want much paint here. I might be even overdoing it a bit. The back of his heel is more of a cone. So we're going to do that line, and then kind of a narrowing extension going up. A little bit here for the wrinkles in his heel, and then we have a slight combination of sphere and cylinder for the back calf of his boot. So it kind of widens out to a spherical highlight right about here. Now we're going to go ahead and blend those in and see how they look. I might have gone a bit strong, but that's okay. We can always dial it back. See how easy that is? You see how easy that is? How is it on top of his toe? Because shut up, Dweghom. And really, it's meant to be along the bottom edge of his toe. I put a little bit high. It's slightly on top of his toe because we need to define his foot is the real answer. So we need a little bit of color there. And yeah, this is Gamblin Radiant Yellow. I'm only using 2 colors here. I'm using Phthalo Green and Radiant Yellow, and that is it. That is the entirety of it. What's up, Dr. Rhino? How you doing? We got a couple of I don't know how many people are in chat right now. I long ago adopted the policy of not keeping my count up and only looking at it afterwards, but we got a couple of big raids. So that's what I'm gonna blame. Ease this across the back a little bit. Now, the nice thing about blending with oils too is you can sort of blend them directionally. Like I'm just going to bring this down on the toe of his boot. We're going to want to catch some of the reflective armor on his shin and strengthen some of those highlights on the back of his leg. We don't want to go all the way up to white, but we do want to brighten it. Now we're going to use a little bit of radiant white on the shin armor, a little bit on the boot because it is like patent leather, which would be much shinier than most fabrics. How you doing, Dr. Rhino? It's always a pleasure to see you. Around 20? Oh yeah, that's kicking the shit out of my usual numbers then. Alright, so from this angle, how does it read? Now, this is something important to note too. You'll notice the lightsaber has 3 white bars on it. There's one here, there's one here, and then there's one here. These are my golden angles. These are my photography angles for this style of lightsaber painting. So, the angle that we're focused on is going to be right here, because this is one of our photography angles. So, I'm asking now, chat, if you don't mind letting me know, how does the boot read to you at this angle? Are there any areas you're looking at where you're like, there should definitely be green there, but there isn't? And you'll notice I'm keeping the green much, much softer on the cloak than I am on the boot. Also, we'll come in and ease some of the green down here. It's a little stark, I realize, and it could use some blending. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's ease it out. A little higher on the cloak? Okay. Yeah, I think that probably makes some sense. We don't want to use any white there, but I can bring in a little bit more of our Radiant Lemon. Like so. Well, no, the upper part of the calf is in shadow. So I do want that to be fairly dark. I'm going to get a little chalky here if I don't start working more phthalo green into the base coat. But like that. How's that looking? I thought about bringing it up to the folds up here, but that's too high. I've really got a line about right here above which I don't want to go. Because I want there to be a nice blue zone. Now there is some green there. The thing is, this is in an actual shadow for Gadarung, so it's very difficult to see. This will show up when we photograph. Like, you can see it here when I shine the light in, but when I move the model, it goes into an actual shadow, and you can't see it very well. But when you do photography, I'll have some nice bright light shining in there, and you'll be able to see the green better. Right there. I just realized I put green in the wrong place over here. Oh well. It doesn't matter that much. Alright, let's do a little bit of work on the front part. Don't need to focus too much on it because it's not one of my ideal photography angles, but I do want some highlights on the armor. Since the armor is glossy, it would catch the light much higher. Not gonna go too crazy with it. Nice and easy. Horizontal on the outer cape. Like here? Grab a little phthalo green, basic phthalo green. And let's just carry this a little further along here, what do you say? Have it peter out right about where it starts to fold in. We'll bring some more green in. I'm going to do a little bit on his knee, just because his knee is turned downward towards the base. The other one's turned upwards, so no green for it. But this knee that he's stepping forward with, I'm going to catch a little bit of green with it. Just to pull out those details. Alright. More of our Radiant Lemon. Something, something, no mistakes, happy little accidents, yada, yada, yada. You know the spiel. You know the spiel by now. My knights. They're so dirty. Yeah. You're a dirty little Imperial Knight, aren't you? That's why you fell to chaos, isn't it? Chainsword me, baby. Jay Schaefer, thank you for the reminder. Alright, now let's take a little break from working on that, and let's come back to the base. Grabbing a little bit more of our Radiant Lemon here. And add some color back in here where I've desaturated the glow in a few spots. Dude, those Chaos Knights you're working on, Rhino, they're so fucking cool, dude. They're coming out wonderfully. Keep up the good work. Wangle a little bit in there. I feel like I'm missing a couple of good spots in here. And in here. And you can always bring some more green back in if you feel like things have gotten a little too desaturated in some spots. It's not reading right. It's super easy to do. Damn, that fast, Rhino. I'm excited. I'm excited to see what you come up with, man. A little more green. A little more green. Make some spots back here. Use just a touch more green. Less white, more green. Grab some of the high spots. Have you built any monster kits from Conquest? I have built the Spire Abomination, ye. I haven't built the Dwegham ones or anything like that. Or the Nord Giant. The monster kits are all, like, from what I've heard, they're all a little bit kludgy. And I try to be kind to them, noting that, like, they're essentially new to the model design process. But the Hellbringer is one of the most recent, so I would expect it to be among the best. The Jotnar. Yeah, that's the one. Oh, no. Damn you, Anakin, with your fucking freezing powers. That's a Kylo Ren power.
I know you're really focused, Thunderhead, but your camera is not.
Oh no, that was the wrong camera. Oh, there we go. What's up, Trotsky? Good to see you. Your entire arsenal of clamps? It's, how many? How many clamps do you have exactly? See, Riot Sister knows what I'm talking about. Huh? Say no more, say no more. Let's see. It's about right here. A little bit, but we're going to bring it a little bit higher in the back anyway. I don't want it to be too strong, so we're going to be real gentle about it, but I am going to draw it up a little further here. I'm not too bothered if it matches perfectly. I think that's a little bit better. This just matches the boot a little bit more. I'm more concerned with it matching the boot and looking right than I am concerned with it matching the front of the cloak, because you're never going to see the front of the cloak at the same time. And technically the front of the cloak doesn't make that much sense anyway, because it's on an upturned surface, but it's also the only surface where you'd be able to see it. So, again, I'm not terribly bothered. You cannot let yourself, this is my opinion, when it comes to OSL, non-metallic metal, if you concern yourself too much with the precise realism of your reflection or your glow, you are letting the perfect be the enemy of the good. It's much more important that it just looks good and is vibrant than that it is precisely physically possible or exactly how it would look in real life. You want it to be plausible, because your eye can read things that are just wrong. But if you worry too much, you just won't get it done. You think you could or should OSL an entire army? With oils, yes. With oils, I would OSL an entire army. And in fact, it's got me thinking about doing it on my Veer Min, because this green glow I'm doing is so fucking easy that I'm thinking that's what I'm going to do for the ray guns on my Veer Min. You see, this is much more just yellow and kind of flat on the Veer Min, but I could get something like this. With oils, yes. I personally would not do it with acrylics. There are painters out there who would and do. I am not one of them. We've also got some to work with on his hand here, which we just sort of fooled with a little bit last time, but didn't really complete. So I'm just going to kind of blend it down his arm some. Bring in a little phthalo green on his gloves since we're going with it. And I think I'll do one or two intermediate spots just so that there isn't too much of a gap in the glow. Like, let's go ahead and do a teeny amount of it against his codpiece. And I'm talking not much. And that's just so that it doesn't look strange on his hand. Let's just gently stroke up and down. Just, ooh, just like that. Ooh, we don't want to go too fast now. Just a nice... Like, it's much more important that you be that you be gentle and steady than anything else. Just like that. Oh yeah, just ooh. Oh my god. Okay. John Hadios knows what I'm talking about. Thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Welcome to the stream. And yeah, that is roughly the quality of humor that you can expect from this point on.
I'd buy that for $1.
You know, I suppose you could just go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere. It's not like we're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
He's right, you know. Can be pretty profligate with my phthalo green because it doesn't show up much. So I'm just going to kind of slop it all over the underside of the glove.
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Coal Gray. And as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids, I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first!"
Remember when Chaotic used to stream? Those were the good old days, weren't they? Alright, I'm going to take a break from working on the green because I'm pretty happy with where it's getting to at this point. I think all I really have left are touch-ups and slight intensifications of the effect in certain areas. Maybe a little bit of blending here and there. I might want to punch it up a little bit back towards this angle. I got a few more spots that it could be a bit more vibrant in, but it's most of the way to where I want it to be. And again, I'm focusing on my primary angles, so here is I think the golden angle of golden angles. This is the best looking spot on the Mini. This is our secondary golden angle, which includes very, very little of the red OSL, really just the part that's on his arm. You know what, let's blend this. Might as well, because it's just sloppy in there. Just sloppy. And then back here is our worst golden angle, but we still have the red from the blade and then the green going up the boot very, very softly. Very softly, but other than that, I'm not really worried with the detail on the rear leg because it's in a heavy shadow. Touch on the underside of the belt buckle. It's not a bad idea. It is kind of shiny. It is kind of shiny. Oh, let me touch this. A little bit. A little bit right there. Not a lot. Don't want to overdo it. Just suggesting green, considering it's already illuminated from that angle anyway. I'm not entirely sold on the green on the hand anyway, but Alright. Now, since I'm going from green to red, I am going to use a new brush. How's our cadmium red looking, I wonder? Pretty good. Not bad. Make sure we got it nice and lean. Because I realized in all my red glow applications, I kind of missed a spot that doesn't make a lot of sense visually, which is right here on the edge of his cloak. Because you can see his shoulder and his armor has it, so there would be a little bit on his cloak, and that was just the one spot where it was like, for some reason, red isn't touching here. For any reason anyone can determine. And I think I'll do a little bit here. I've already got red on his chest box, so I don't want to overdo it, but a little bit of red here isn't going to hurt anything. And I want the red glow to be kind of the weakest on the model altogether. Yeah, Thingiverse is all 3D printing files that are free. Yeah, Thingiverse doesn't sell anything. Alright, let's grab a touch more green. And yeah, I think if we just... and I'm talking like a tiny amount. But the belt buckle is very shiny. So I don't think it can hurt if we do a little bit of green there. Really not much. Kind of off at an angle. And kind of balance that against the blue. Can barely see it. Let me grab a tiny bit of the radiant yellow. Do not want to overdo it. very subtle, but there. Clean up the fingers a bit because we were very messy with that last time. We don't want any of it between the fingers. We want it all on the outer surface of the fingers. Dino Man, you have a fantastic evening, and thank you for hanging out. Some red on the inside of the hand/finger to have the hand be where all three colors come together. That would reach too far across the model. And I do want there to be a clear separation between the red and the green. In my head, very clearly we have red, blue, green. And I'm fine with green being among the strongest colors because, again, the theme here is the Vader cycle and his ultimate redemption. So the green is the strongest because that is, of course, his son. And the glow of Vader, the red of Vader, the anger, the fear, the aggression is waning. It is weakened. Do a little fixing on his boot. Grab that lower edge of the toe. As noted, we do want that to be as low as we can get it. A little bit of our sort of minty mix here. Just get the bottom edge of his heel. Don't want to push that too much, but I do want to work some in. Thank you so much for saying so to Square. As I said last time, it was like I wanted to do this from the very beginning, and the whole time I was working on the blue and the red, I was thinking, okay, how's the green gonna look? How do I want to plan for the green? And as we started to work it in, we of course crossed the threshold. At which point, the model started to look the way I really wanted it to. There's a little bit of a gap down here where it's glued to the base. I should have put some filler in there. Maybe if I just jam enough paint in there. I don't think that's probably an idea that's actually going to work. It might not matter. Maybe I can just ignore it. If I ignore it, it's like it's not there. I'll let the paint set, and if I absolutely need to, I'll shove like a little bit of liquid green stuff in there. Because reapplying this, the bottom reapplying the green would be easy. Oh, the usual time, Nocturnal. That would be in about 50 minutes. Alright, let's come in with some phthalo green in here. Have one of those liquid effects, something slightly viscous. Yeah, there's a few options for ways I could fix that. I'm not particularly worried about it or anything. I just noticed it. Just kind of patrolling, looking for places to tweak, little things I want to look slightly different. Shapes I want to pull out by putting in a darker green. Oh, not quite that soon, Riot Sister. We're getting there, though. We're getting there. Though the days are getting longer. By midsummer, it'll be light out at 9 p.m. again. And we can start watching Ari Aster movies again. And who doesn't love that? All right. I think I'm going to do a little bit of work down from the top now, using my Radiant Lemon. Kind of getting into some of these crevices with our glow. In fact, I need a little bit more phthalo green to do that, don't I? Yes, I do, as a matter of fact. Get some of the spots that are less obvious, but I think will be rewarding. By the way, I don't think I said hi to Siesta Night or Rio, though I did see him slip in there. How you doing, Rio? A blood moon rising. A red sun rises. Blood has been spilled this night. I always felt like Legolas was totally full of shit with that one. Like, you know, we're in the midst of the fucking war for the ring. You could have said that at any given time about literally anything. A red flower blooms. Sun has been spilled today. Like, yeah, no shit, somewhere. How you doing, Rio? It's good to see you. Greymail, you as well. I hope you're having a good day. And we'll do some cleanup around this. Yeah, a bunch of people have been setting up their telescopes and whatnot, their cameras to capture some photographs tonight, it's my understanding. Hopefully we'll get something out of Iberben after the fact. He loves that shit. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Data Nerd. Oh no. Didn't mean to do that, but that's okay. The Miles Morales cake. Oh, I want to see that. That's fucking awesome. Are you winning, son? How you doing, Balefire? Again, just looking for obvious things that I've missed or opportunities to put in a few little highlights here and there. I don't want to overdo it. I'm not going to worry too much about getting them all perfect. Just want to get the most effective ones. Vors, yeah, man, that's a very, very common, let's say, ailment in the painting community. Don't worry about it. Everybody does it a little bit. We love the kit, but finding time to sit down and paint. And I mean, I'll go long periods with not finding the time to paint, and then for whatever reason, 1 month will come along, and I'm just like, I'm gonna paint fucking everything. So, give yourself time. One of the best ways I've found to keep myself painting. First of all, this stream is a way that I keep myself painting, but an excellent way to keep yourself going on your own that I found effective: 15 minutes a day. Almost everyone, obviously not absolutely everyone, but almost everyone can find 15 minutes in a day to sit down and paint something. So if all you do is 15 minutes, you will make progress. And more often than not, you'll find that if you sit down for that 15 minutes, you'll go for longer. Oh! Twice in one night. We're doing great. Well, and that is a little bit of a disadvantage, Jay Schaefer, is when you don't have a permanent painting area and you've got to set up. But, you know, leave out what you can. Cover anything that's going to be toxic or anything like that. Alright, let's grab a little bit of our cadmium red, just as thin as we can get it here. A little cleanup on our saber blade. Just trying to get our glow. It can be a little wobbly, it can be a little rough, because that's the nature of the lightsaber. You don't want any, like, super obvious rough spots. And as part of this process, we're going to come back to... another Vader. One that I did not push anywhere near as far. But... got some alizarin crimson here I'm going to want to grab. Yeah, there we go. And let's just do this again. Not going to redo all the glows on the homeboy here, but we are going to re-kajigger our golden angle. I'm meaning to do this since we first painted him. Funny as I didn't have cadmium red when I painted him, so our saber blade might look better than the rest of our OSL, but I'm determined not to repaint the whole figure, just the damn blade. Alright, let that sit for a minute. And yeah, I want his golden angle to be right about, and in fact... might as well adjust this so that it doesn't impinge upon my ideal angle. Push it a little further. There we go. Nice and easy. I want his golden angle to be right about, because it was all the way over here, and I'm thinking more like right here. This is a better golden angle for this model, I think. Just so that you get more of the blue. Let him sit for a minute. Balefire, you pick it. The golden angle is entirely up to you as a painter. Just kind of, like, usually what I'll do is I'll just sort of choose, like, where I get most of the features. Because you're going to get some angles as you move it around and look at it where, like, his arm covers up. Like, if I keep moving over here, like, okay, now his face is out and his blade's coming up his face, so not there. As I continue to come around here, I'm like, bam. I've got his blade, I've got over half of his face, I've got a little bit of his nose, I've got his chest box, I've got fully one of his legs, I've got the inside of his cloak. And then once I've chosen this one, and this is specifically for the lightsaber blade where I have to choose the golden angles and I could only do 3 of them, so I'm like, alright, let's bring it around until I can't see that core of the lightsaber again. Boom, right there. Okay, adjust it a little bit. I got his hand, I got his chest box, I got his leg, I got his entire face, a little bit of his cape, some of his glow. Alright, that's a good one. And then I want one from behind, and again, that's take the 2 that I've got and find the point where I can't see it anymore. And bam, now we have our rear angle. Now, it matters more when you're doing Star Wars figures with lightsabers than it does on virtually any other model you'll ever paint. You don't have to focus as much on it when you're not doing stuff that have complex effects like non-metallic metal, OSL. And I think lightsabers are the worst, because they are a round object that looks identical from every angle when they're rendered in the films. So you just have to pick one angle where they look right. Now, other people do different methods of doing lightsabers, where you do just the general glow around the bottom, kind of coming up towards the top. I'm not saying they look bad. There are a lot of effects that people do out there, a lot of techniques and methods that people use that look good, but they don't look like they do in the movies, and that always bugs me a little bit. I always want it to look like it does in the movies, because obviously the movies are the beating heart of Star Wars. So I do this method, and I started doing it a while ago when I was still playing Star Wars. Like I did it on our Anakin here, though obviously it's nowhere near as intense. I was not pushing the contrast as much, but you can see it's the same general concept. I only enjoy Star Wars via romance novel. Ah, yes. Ah, yes. The young adult New Jedi Order starring Fabian. The most obvious joke that jumped into my head was Star Whores, but that doesn't sound like a romance novel. That sounds like a porn parody, so I couldn't really use that one. It's kind of handy, however, if the figure is holding the blade relatively horizontal off to the side. Yeah, you're not wrong. In this one, I was able to just pick 2, and it's your best looking front and back angles, and I didn't have to worry about it. This model in particular is holding it in a very awkward position. Tales from Galaxy's Edge. From the Maw. Stupid noob oil question. There are no stupid questions. There are stupid people, but there aren't only stupid people. There are a lot of stupid things. Actually, I take that back. There are stupid questions, but this probably isn't one of them. I'm using a Mona Lisa speedball to thin the oils. Am I using that to clean the brush as well? Is it the equivalent of water to acrylics? Now, I've heard the phrase Mona Lisa tossed around a few times. Is this something new that Wapple is doing that I've missed entirely? Because I'm not familiar with this product. I'm gonna have to investigate some. Sewer Creature, thank you so much. Where's my other one? My other one's out in my game room, or I would show you my, what's he called? My Obi-Wan Kenobi that I'm pretty happy with, because I did do blue onto his face, because he's holding it right up next to his mug. Mona Lisa is a brand most known for their odorless mineral spirits. Oh, okay, so it is an odorless mineral spirit. It should be used about the same as all the other ones, then. I'm using that to clean the brush as well. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Now you're going to want to wipe most of your paint away, but you'll see like this. I guess you can't see it. This little cup that I have right here I'm using constantly. And you'll catch me, I'll just do a little swirl. Get some of the solvent on there, and then I'll come over here, and it's mostly at that point you're wiping the paint away. You don't need much. It does its work with very, very little actual thinner, and I shouldn't have done it on this brush, because that's my blending brush, but it doesn't really matter. I'm asking myself if there's anything else. Like, there are things I could do on this model, but I'm pretty happy with where it is at now. At this point, I just kind of have to wait a little bit for things to set and then do a little bit of cleanup and maybe a teeny little bit of blending. Yeah, you never want paint to touch the ferrule on any brush, ideally. Only Legion figures I ever plan to get are B1s and B2s, because Separatists get the gold medal in war crimes and coolness, but not necessarily one. Because of the other. Sewer Creature, how went the inspiration with those Star Trek fish aliens, man? I'm curious if that led to anything. A little bit of detritus on his cape there. Let's take that off. So yeah, I'm thinking the next model we're gonna do, because I like to do, I like to paint armies, but I like to really take my time and do single figure focus. So the next one we're really gonna focus on is gonna be our Luke here. Our blue-bladed Luke. I want to do a green-bladed Luke as well. I do have the Return of the Jedi Luke from Fantasy Flight Games. And we may do that. I did manage to convert it so that he has his helmet on his base, because I really wanted to include that in the figure, even though he has his own, like, sculpted base that he's on. I had to cut his face out of the helmet for the alternate head to get it down there. Now, he's not going to be as dramatic. He's not going to be as dramatic as the Vader is, because we're only going to have one OSL source going on him. But I think the blue against the orange is going to look nice. Well, it's hard to commit war crimes against droids, I think. Dwegom. You can pretty much do anything you want against droids, which I think is half the reason that they made the villains in the Clone Wars droids. The Clone Wars, oh man. The first that any of us heard of the Clone Wars was that throwaway line in A New Hope, obviously. He was the best star pilot in the galaxy, and a good friend. You fought with my father in the Clone Wars? And we always wondered, what were the Clone Wars? What could that possibly mean? What would a Clone War be? And it wound up being like one of the lamest versions of what it could possibly be. In my head, you know what I pictured the Clone Wars being? Was some galactic power attempted to seize power. I'm gonna always have trouble saying your name, buddy. Balefire Forge, thank you for hanging out, dude. Thank you so much for the follow. I hope you had a good time. And I hope that we see you again. I always pictured that some other faction than the Old Republic had somehow acquired cloning technology and cloned themselves an army in order to invade. Some faction that had that wasn't a threat because their manpower wasn't significant. So they were being attacked by clones. And in my head, I think I pictured the clones as being even less personality than the clones wound up having in the Clone Wars. Like just brutes, you know? And then the galaxy having to rally together and raise a traditional army in order to fight them off, and the Jedi sort of leading humanity against the genetic abominations that were the clones. This is what I pictured in my head as a kid. And, I feel like that would have been better than what we got, which was dudes you don't care about fighting droids you don't care about. Like, even the Jedi, no Jedi was counting the losses of the Clone Wars and how many widows were being left behind, you know? They were disposable people. And I know that they made a big deal about that in the cartoon, where the Jedi were like, you know, oh, we're made to be disposable. Oh, not to me. Like, yeah, but still, you are. Like, that's the whole point of the clones, is that they're disposable people. Which is much darker than even the show got into. It's a much darker concept. Excuse you, I care about droids. Well, to be fair, droids in the Star Wars universe are oddly kind of like people, and how good a person is in the Star Wars universe seems to be determined largely by whether they treat droids like objects or not. You can always tell, because the Empire treats droids like objects, and all the good guys like Rebels, Luke Skywalker, etc., treat droids like people. It would make more sense because the bad guys in the original trilogy were clone leftovers. Yeah, right, Shock? The Spire, if it was in Star Wars. There you go. According to Lucas's old notes, the Stormtroopers were the original clones, and the Clone Wars were how Palpatine conquered the galaxy, which isn't far off, but it would have been much more interesting. Yeah, like, I can see how that could be the note that you jotted in a notebook someplace, like, Stormtroopers are leftover clones, Palpatine conquered the galaxy using clones. And then you put that aside for like 20 years and come back to it, and then you write the Clone Wars out of it. But I still feel like having the two factions be throwaway is just a cop-out. It makes the war feel sterile. You never felt the war in the movies. You felt the war more in the cartoons because that's what it was about. It was always on the front line. But even so, like, Coruscant never felt like it was at war. Business went on as usual constantly in Coruscant. It never seemed like, oh, we're on the verge of losing the planet. No, everyone's flying around. The traffic is all the same. Dexter Jetster is still running his weird little greaser cafe. Like, nothing's really happening. But, you know, I guess I could sit here and criticize the prequels literally all day. But, you know, what's done is done. At this point. You're right, Suma. The Chopper always stole every scene. Chopper, who excuse me. Pardon me. I'm reaching past you here a little bit. You might be able to tell that I like Chopper a little bit because I sculpted, in my opinion, because I did it and I'm a little bit biased, one of the better looking Chopper models out there. I like this one more than the FFG one. I feel like it's got a little bit more of his sass to it. And how his top dome is offset and crooked. I do like Chopper quite a lot. And he was, you know, a mass murderer. So yeah, they stole all the scenes. I need to do an AP5. I liked AP5 in Rebels as well. What's the name of the Jedi astromech? Which one? Did the Jedi have a particular? There were throwaway astromechs in the movies. I think Obi-Wan had an R4 unit. Wow, Cookie Mama, you may be the only person I've ever heard say that they liked the story. Like, oh, okay, the Yzala Miri were fine insofar as they were a part of the original Timothy Zahn Thrawn trilogy, but most people regard the Yzala Miri as an odd curiosity than something that they really liked. It was a good way to depower Luke Skywalker, which was necessary for that story to be told. The Empire being what came after Palpatine conquered everything, and the Rebels were all that was left of the Grand Army of the Republic who lost the war against Palpatine could be interesting, or it could be... I mean, you know, any story can suck if you tell it poorly. I think that we proved that. That's the thing, like, the story in the movies isn't bad. Even the way that it's written in the big beats, it isn't bad. It was told poorly. Because instead of being on the front lines of the war, getting to know the clones, getting to know the worlds that were being fought over, why they were being fought over, which happened in the cartoons, and it was great. We just got Samuel L. Jackson and a CGI Yoda walking down a big CGI hallway talking about the war? Like, what the fuck? I think one of my... There's the classic meme line, oh, what about the droid attack on the Wookiees? And it's like... Skippy, the Jedi droid, there we go. Iron Goldie knows. what about the droid attack on the Wookiees, followed by, oh yes, it's a system we cannot afford to lose. I'm like, who the fuck is running this war? Are you telling me that this whole conversation, this whole council, would have completely forgotten about a linchpin world had some fucking conehead not thought at the last minute to go, oh, what about the Wookiee planet? We can't forget that. This is the most unorganized war effort I've ever seen in my life. What is it? I think Mike Staklasa says in one of his reviews, ladies and gentlemen, if you were wondering how an intergalactic war would be run by a bunch of disorganized hippies, this is it. 8-bit, I'm glad you like it, man. I'm pretty happy with it. What I'm doing right now is I'm just sort of holding on to it and looking at it and asking myself what I want to do to it. I'm letting some of these colors, like I made a mistake here on the top with the green, I'm letting that set because I want to come in over it with some warmer tones. I'm letting a couple of things here cure, like the green on the bottom, before I clean it up. But I think I've got it mostly where I want it. So I'm just I'm sitting with it and I'm seeing how I feel. And I'm letting the red on the other Vader set so I can go back and correct his lightsaber. Amishtig, like, I agree with you, but I almost feel like that was by accident. like Lucas showed how incompetent the Jedi were by accident by being incompetent himself. Probably shouldn't have put them in charge. No, you shouldn't have. But very little about that plot really makes any sense. I suppose if you want to give those movies as much credit as possible, you can say it is obvious how the Jedi completely fucked everything up. And yes, it is. Though a lot of that is really helped by the Clone Wars series, which expanded on that quite a lot. Insofar as, like, Anakin Skywalker felt more, that's staring at the model way too much. You know, here's the thing, dude guy. This is art. And there's nothing wrong with taking a reflective period. Nothing wrong at all. I think you should, really. Don't just do things for no reason. This is one thing that I've been trying to do as an artist for a long time, is everything that I do, every time I move my brush, I want it to be on purpose. I don't want to just be like, I don't know what I'm doing, let's just do something for the sake of doing it. I want everything I do to be on purpose. And I think that reflective periods and just kind of staring at your own work for a little while, particularly when you're doing something kind of complex like this, where what's more important is the overall composition, I think it's a good idea. Fuck yeah, 8-bit. Folks, if you're not following 8-bit Sweater, you are missing out. You're missing out on a good time. Go check out that man's channel. GM Kaylee, always a pleasure to have you here. I hope you had fun, and I hope to see you again on Tuesday. Did Lucas intend for the Jedi to look as bad as they did? I don't know. Your strokes betray you. Your feelings for them are strong, especially for Windsor and Newton. Well, when it comes to army painting, dude guy, I just fucking slap it on and move on, though. This is when I'm doing single figures. I don't know. I don't know how much of that is intentional from Lucas. He's such a disconnected storyteller. Because, like, can I believe in my heart of hearts that he both intentionally tried to portray the Jedi as incompetent, and also was the same guy who was like, you know, let's make the laser sword scene 5 minutes longer, and then he's gonna swing from the rope over the lava. Now animate the lava flying up and melting the thing that he's on, and he's gonna jump through the air, and he's gonna land on the droid, and the little droid's gonna go into the lava, and it's gonna melt, and it's gonna be like, oh no, and it's gonna be funny. The kids are gonna love it. Now have the cartoon rabbit step in the poopy. Like, is this the same person? It can't be. It almost has to be on accident, doesn't it? You know, 8-bit, I'm reluctant. I don't think I can say that Disney ruined Star Wars. Disney is Disney's monetizing Star Wars very, very well, and Disney has arguably given us some of the best Star Wars content that we've ever had. The Mandalorian's really quite good. I complain about it, but I complain about it in the way that I'm like, I see how it could be magnificent, and it's just really good. I thought The Force Awakens was fine. Last Jedi and Rise of Skywalker, if I'm being honest, I don't care much about. They're just kind of dumb and whatever. Nobody fucking talks about them. Like, they're just sort of gone now. The prequels were terrible. They were very memeable. Don't get me wrong. They got the memes. No. But they're not very good. Rebels is great. Rebels is really, really fucking good. I think the best thing that Disney has done is to give, I want to say Paul Dini, but it's not Paul Dini. It's, I'm forgetting a name I've said 1,000 fucking times. Somebody help me out. You know exactly who I'm thinking of. Dave Filoni, thank you so much, Iron Goldie. They have given Dave Filoni a bunch of money to make more Star Wars stuff, and that's the best decision they ever could have made. Jon Favreau, I'm kind of hot and cold on. But I think probably Jon Favreau is Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni are doing great work. The biggest falter that Star Wars has had recently is, and I'm not even going to acknowledge that you said that, by the way, 8-Bit Sweater. The biggest falter that Star Wars has had recently was giving a series and a bunch of money to fucking Robert Rodriguez, who the last interesting thing that Robert Rodriguez did was in the 90s, and everything since then has just been some variation of the same bullshit. And I guess it's really, really exciting if you, like, never watched Desperado. Like, maybe. But I don't think it's ever been terribly good. And, yeah, the Book of Boba Fett was awful. It was awful. There were 2 episodes of The Mandalorian in the middle of it that were pretty good, and the rest of it was wretched. Just terrible. I know it's popular to blame Kathleen Kennedy, but I look at her as she's a business brain. And you want to get, I'll tell you, Eternal, you want to get rid of people like Kathleen Kennedy, you have to stop spending money on Star Wars things. So I ask you, are you going to do that? Because I'm probably not. So she's here to stay now. She's a money brain. And as long as she keeps giving money to interesting people, then it's fine. But every now and then, she's like, give money to Rian Johnson, which is such a weird choice. It's like they gave one of the most important movies in a trilogy to just, like, some guy. Just some dude. Just pick him off the fucking street and give him a bag of money and say, here, make one of the most arguably important movies of this generation. And he made... I can't really hate The Last Jedi as a whole. I can't. Because there are good ideas in it. There are interesting ideas in it. And I appreciate the desire to do something new in a series that has been retreading the same bullshit over and over and over and over. Did it work? No. Should it have been more planned? Yes. Is it a bad idea? I mean, probably. But it's I guess I'm trying to say it's a respectable bad idea. Rise of Skywalker was just pre-digested garbage. Rise of Skywalker was, oh shit, we don't have a trilogy, let's do a whole trilogy in one movie. That's what it felt like, and it gave me anxiety watching it because it was so fast-paced. It was a cheesy space western to me. Well, I'm just going to give you, like, because I'm just babbling about Star Wars now, so I'm going to do it for another few minutes, and I hope you guys don't mind. Star Wars is a fluke. This is what I've been forced to accept. For most of my young life, I grew up believing that Star Wars was one of the greatest stories ever told. And to a degree, that's true. Because Star Wars is, in its heart, a fantasy story. It is the hero's journey. It is the young peasant boy meets his land is ravaged by the evil empire, and he is connected by destiny to the old wizened sage who gives him a magic sword, the sword of his father. And he sets off on a quest to rescue the princess from the clutches of the Dark Knight, who is on the leash of the evil emperor. That's Star Wars. And that is any number of fantasy movies. And it works because it's lightning in a bottle. It works because of who was working on it. It works because it's got early Lawrence Kasdan, because it's got early Steven Spielberg working on it, because it was the breeding ground for Industrial Light and Magic, because it had a young John Williams. All of these things combined in this magical zone of low-budget filmmaking where George Lucas was not physically or financially able to do all the crazy shit that he wanted to do. Where there were people who could say, this is a good idea, this is a good idea, this is a good idea. No, we're not fucking doing this. No, George, Luke Skywalker's not going to be a 40-year-old dude with a robot head. You crazy son of a bitch. Lightning in a bottle. Are you not familiar with that phrase, 8-Bit Sweater? You capture lightning in a bottle, and it's pure chance. It's random. You can never do it again. It's magic. And that's what the Star Wars was. And then they did Empire Strikes Back, and it was like the maturation of that same team. Again, with Lawrence Kasdan directing, just, so good. And then the cracks started to show by Return of the Jedi. Like, I don't just want to pick on the Ewoks, because that's so easy and nobody likes them. And that's not really the core problem with the movie. The Ewoks are a symptom of the illness in Return of the Jedi, but there are so many other messy problems. Really sloppy storytelling a lot of the time. It was the first time that they clearly took what was supposed to be two different movies and jam it together into one. And as a result, the act structure was a mess. Many characters had nothing to do. It was clear that Han Solo should have died at the end of Empire Strikes Back because there was like no reason for him to be in the third movie. His death would have given Princess Leia an arc, which she did not have in the third movie. She was just sort of there. She was like, I guess I'm a rebel trooper now. Okay. Wouldn't lightning in a bottle refer to episode 4, and by episode 5 it was skill? Yes. Yeah, no, I agree with that 8-Bit Sweater. The Star Wars, A New Hope, that's lightning in a bottle. That's how the fuck did we do this? And The Empire Strikes Back was a team of talented professionals working together with some good ideas of where to go, who still weren't making so much money that they had too many cooks in the kitchen. There was still vision behind it. And by Return of the Jedi, it was about selling toys. That was the primary goal, and the movie suffered as a whole. And you can see the cracks in Return of the Jedi. You can see the elements that would come into the prequels. You get your first scene of two characters who should be doing action things walking down a hallway having a boring conversation. And it's like, ooh, that's going to be the next 3 films. Hooray! But, you know, so I maintain that there is vastly more bad Star Wars than there is good Star Wars. There are like 2 good Star Wars movies, and then there's just kind of a bunch of trash. Some is trashier than others. Some that's a terrible sentence. Some are trashier than others. Some are more inspired than others. Some have better ideas that are poorly executed. Some have no good ideas at all. But most of it is bad. Even the parts that I think are pretty good are like good relative to the parts that suck. But the core of it, the original movie, Empire Strikes Back, are so good. Thank you, O'Coral. Yeah, Irvin Kershner. Lawrence Kasdan wrote, Irvin Kershner directed. They all should have moved on. But there's just too much money. There's too much money to be had, so they couldn't. And now we got, you know, whatever. Fucking more shows, and I'm gonna spend the money. I'm gonna watch Obi-Wan. I don't really have any hope for the future of Star Wars. I think it's just like, it's It's like someone has taken an old childhood friend of mine who died years ago, and it's like Weekend at Bernie's. They've just sort of propped them up, and they've rigged their hands so that I can push a button and they can wave at me, and for just a second I can get that a memory of what it used to feel like. You know, when I walked down the street and saw them for the first time, and I'll be real excited. It's setting off the programmed Pavlovian response in my brain that makes me go, ah, just for a second, and then it goes away, and then I'm back to being depressed. Have you seen the show The Toys That Made Us? I've watched a few episodes of that. I feel like I watched the Star Wars one. I watch a lot of Toy Galaxy on YouTube. That's a great channel if you haven't watched it. Also, there's a lot to be said for the fact that George Lucas's wife absolutely fucking saved that first script. She basically rewrote the entire thing. A little bit of work I need to do here before we get to the Storm Report in just a few minutes. Oh, Empire Strikes Back. Yeah, I don't even think that's arguable. I will accept someone saying to me, I will accept crazy shit out of people. I will accept people saying to me, Revenge of the Sith is my favorite Star Wars movie. You know what? Okay. Fine. That's fine. That can be your favorite. But don't fucking tell me it's better than Empire Strikes Back, because that's crazy. That's insane. That's insulting nonsense.
You know, I suppose you could just go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere. It's not like we're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
I can and I will. And that's fine. That's fine too. Return, I think, is a lot of people's favorite because it was like sort of the culmination of a lot of different storylines, and it had the most action. It has that scene where Luke Skywalker murders a bunch of people for no reason, and who doesn't love that? Come on. That bothers me so much when I watch it now. When they're escaping from Jabba's sail barge and Luke Skywalker just like kicks his foot back to hit the blaster cannon and blows up the barge, and I'm like, why did you do that? Did those people all need to die? It doesn't seem like they did. It seems like you were escaping just fine. Let's go, and don't forget the droids. Let me murder 100 people with one kick. Slice Kitty, thank you. I'll accept it, Okoral, but I know you're lying is the thing. I know you're lying. You know you're lying. You know that I know that you're lying. I put too much red on here. I probably need to wait a little bit longer to do this, but I want to at least get it started so that I can touch it up later tonight. This will just be sort of the halo of the glow. Why did he have to put an end to Jabba's organization, Shock? What? What benefit was there to Luke Skywalker to put an end to the crime syndicate on Tatooine? Exactly. Why did he care at all? Weirded you? Interesting, Cookie Mama. Most people agree that Empire Strikes Back is the best. How did it weird you out? It had more emotional impact, certainly. And I agree with Harrison Ford that they should have killed Han Solo at the end of Empire. Because they were bad guys. This is definitely a very George Lucas logic. They were the bad guys, so we killed them. They're the bad guys, so it doesn't matter. You can tell they're bad because they're ugly. I always love the stories of Anthony Daniels trying to get, like, emotionally impactful scenes for C-3PO to be in. Like, oh, this is going to be C-3PO's heroic moment. George Lucas apparently was just like, no, he's just always scared of everything. Well, but he can be a hero. This is his moment. He can come to the rescue of our main characters. No, he's always scared. Like, okay, George. They're bad guys, yes, but I think if we've learned anything, it's that the Jedi shouldn't just murder people because they're criminals. That's a pretty heavy-handed approach for someone who has literally no authority. And are you saying literally everyone on Jabba's sail barge was a bad guy? Because we know he had slaves. Yeah, that is the kind of circular logic. That's the kind of logic, Amishtig, that we would get from the man who would write the line, "Only a Sith deals in absolutes." They were evil slaves. Oh, shit. And it's weird that that happens in the same movie where we get that, because, okay, I would argue that one of the most remembered moments from Return of the Jedi, and please, feel free to correct me, but when I say this, you're all going to remember the scene, is after the Rancor dies, right? After Luke kills the Rancor, and the Rancor trainer comes out and starts crying. Am I wrong? Exactly, Trotsky. That's a moment that we all remember that moment, because it's this weird moment of humanity in the middle of just action. And let me see. So the old angle was from over here. I guess I still want to push it in that direction, don't I? Let's keep going. I'll bring some more red in afterwards. But after this humanizing moment, after we're told that this ostensibly bad man who trained a big monster and taught it to eat people, after they killed a big monster, we're reminded that the monster was a creature and that somebody loved it. Like, what? What the hell? And then kill all the slaves, because the slaves are bad people too. Okay. Sure, George. Okay, whatever you say. Yeah, it's the order. Because it would be one thing if they were trying to send a message by, like, they blow the thing up and you're like, fuck the bad guys! And then they show someone crying over a corpse and you're like, oh, maybe he shouldn't have done that. But they do it in the opposite way. And then they play heroic music as they all explode. Oh, it's not... I don't want to say it's not a good movie. It's a perfectly fine movie. It's very enjoyable, but it's the beginning of the end, is what it is. It is a sign of things to come, and those things are not good. You guys remember when, before the movie had a fucking dance number in it? Weren't those, like, amazing times? Ah, Lawa. Tu ni te. Like, you know, you're welcome, because you just started playing that terrible fucking song by Cy Snoodles in your head. You remember it, I know you do, and you're thinking about it now. So, you know, enjoy that. Yeah. Need to move it a little bit more to get it right there. Alright, we're gonna go do the storm report now. I've got not much work left to go on these guys, but a lot of it is going to require me waiting for the paints I've put down to cure so that I can do the final adjustments. Remember when the Ewoks ate the stormtroopers in the end? I always assumed their skulls were still on those helmets when they were playing them. Remember Yub Nub? That was the shit. Dun 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 dun. Yeah, I'll bet you do, Shock. I'll bet you do. Let me clean my brushes a little bit here. That's good thinking, Amistag. It's like when people play glasses of water, you know, and they put different amounts of water in there to affect the notes. They had different skulls in there to change the tune. Do you think they tried different skulls and then swapped them around to build that drum set? The rebels were sitting around like, holy shit, thank God they're on our side. Now, can you imagine a sequel movie, right, where Palpatine is still on Endor and he's worshipped by like some dark side death cult of Ewoks? Yeah, evil Ewok. There were evil Ewoks in George Lucas's stupid fucking other movies. Why don't you bring in the evil Ewoks and have them be all like emaciated and terrible, and they like bring slaves in and Palpatine like sucks the life out of them, you know? Oh shit, I would watch that movie. Yeah, I just gotta let the rest of this set. I'll do the black rim around the base, and I feel pretty good about this. I think I might just be done. Teeny bits of cleanup, but I don't really want to do anything else to it. I feel good about this paint job. Get some pictures taken once everything's cured, and then I will get the prize Vaders on their way. Oh, wrist itches for some reason. Alright. Let's have a drink. Courtesy of the Tobian Lord, and thank you for the reminder. Let's go ahead and check out where my mouse is. Oh, it's right here. Check out the storm report and see what folks have been sharing since the last time.
All right, locusts and gentlemechs, get ready to feast your eyes on glowed paint and wet palettes with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's storm report. Brought to you by viewers like you.
All right. Here we have up first from Mafik. Gonna do this just in as opposed to just put in. Really want to play BattleTech, even though there's not much tabletop game store, only on the west side, Malaysia. So here's what I can do. Doing artwork of it. Mother's Day artwork of Arden and his other mother, Luma. Oh my god, this is kind of awesome. It's artwork of a miniature. I can respect that. I like the consenticle coming out of his arm too. That's a nice touch. And we got like Gunfinger Zaku going on here. Man, that is a lot of kills. Serpent's Tongue. It's important that you write the name of the weapon on the weapon, otherwise people won't know what to call it as it destroys them. Get my water. Why isn't my water over here? The AMT 31 Humpback Deathmarker Custom. I like the overall paint scheme. How he's got like solid colors over here and the white skirting plates, and then we pick up mostly teal on this side. This looks like it's painted to resemble like a bird's skull or something. It's kind of cool, Mafik. I dig it. I particularly like that. I'm sorry you don't have the ability to play as many tabletop games. That's, you know, a weakness of the hobby itself. Is if you want to, but you got no one to play with. It's, you know, it's an uphill battle, dragging people in and starting the scene. But I appreciate that this is definitely art of a mini, since he is on a base. Wonderful. It's a bird skull. Okay, I read it properly then. Huzzah! Way to go, me. I really like the paint scheme, and again, lots of kill markers. Holy shit, that serpent's tongue must really be something. And then we have our Mother's Day art. Aw, my baby spider. So many thighs. So many thighs. Where's Yi? Where's Yi when you really need him? Oh god, this makes me uncomfortable. I don't like this. I'm not okay with this. This is fine. I'm less okay with this. Adorable. Lovely. Lovely work, Mafik. We call that dummy-thick. Here we have from Ren Momo, the Stinger Light Mech from Sky Shards The Arrival Kickstarter. The base is supposed to be a more iron pyrite, but you know, stuff. I can catch a little bit of that in there. It has a little bit of that fool's gold coloration. Green and purple is always a winning combination. I particularly like how you've gone with the sort of more olive drab green against this kind of deep reddish purple. This is a nice looking little mech here. The blue stands out well, right in the middle of that, creating a good focal point. If I was going to give you any tips on this, Ren, the gray parts, like the gun barrel and the little top section on here, which might be a scope. That wouldn't make any sense. I guess it could be a scope. It would just feed into, like, sensor data. A few volumetric highlights along here, and this would be a good place to practice it because these are really, really easy shapes. These cylinders here, like a line here, a line towards the back, and then some little hash marks along the top coming out. Just to kind of sell that these are a metallic, non-painted portion sticking out. I think that would improve the overall look. It would just give you an easier way to sort of identify the weapons and create a little bit of a blue balance across the top here with the cockpit. But all in all, well applied, and a good-looking mini. Here we have from the Cookie Mama, a compass rose, made in Inkscape. Well, I'll be damned, that's exactly what it is. What's the purpose of it, Cookie Mama? Is this going on a map? Where will it lead us? Is this the compass pointing the way to adventure? Inquiring minds want to know. Here we have from the Happy Heretic, I did freehand and it didn't suck. Oh, that's a good feeling, isn't it? The bronze effect was hardened leather speed paint over silver. The orange was contrast paint mixed with yellow ink. The freehand was black oil paint. Really happy with how it turned out. Haven't decided if I want to paint a whole star with this scheme yet. I might. Oh, I like this. I get kind of like a Halloween-y feel from it. This is hardened leather over silver. That's interesting. I've been looking at a way to do some other metallic colors using speed paints because I know I want to use some metallics on my Veerman. How would I change this if I was doing it? It works remarkably well, and I feel like a few simple things, like maybe a wash before the speed paint is applied to grant a little bit more depth to the broader panels, could work, but I'm not sure. I might have to test that out. This looks really nice. I get more of a copper than a bronze. It's because the hardened leather is surprisingly red. You got me thinking. Maybe if you used a little bit of a blend of dark wood and hardened leather, or some of the sand golem. Either way, it looks really, really cool. Like Venom on a mech. Yeah, our little black veins creeping in here. No, these are really, really well done. I dig these. They're a little bit like tree branches is kind of what I'm reading. I'm not sure where they would be coming from, but I guess like creeping tendrils. Yeah, doing a Jenner 2C with the same type of scheme. I'm going to want to see it. I'm going to want to see it, Happy Heretic. Very nice and very clean. Here we have from DFW Dweghum. Broke out my special Thunderhead light box for this momentous occasion. That's not a thing. That doesn't exist. Finally completed a whole squad project, minus some touch-ups. These are my 501st Phase 1 clone troopers from the Star Wars Legion starter set. I'm concerned that they're under a spoiler. I don't know what I'm walking into here. Edit to add. Started with AP matte white primer. Did 2 coats of speed paint, grim black for hands and weapons, joints in matte black. Brought everything but guns down with speed paint, wholly white, then Monument Hobbies Pro Acryl dark gray blue. For the markings, we'll need to highlight with matte white again on the helmet. Also to clean up the blue marking that got a bit thick. That's the best way to do those markings, by the way, is just to clean them up with white after the fact. Excuse the poor chest markings. Consider them already excused. Oh shit, they look good. Oh, that's why. Oh, that's a shitty quote. I don't like that. I've got a few of those floating around out there. Oh, they look good. I like the blue. I like that it's sort of a desaturated kind of blue. It's not a really, really bright one. It's more of a military blue-gray. Very, very good job on the 501st. I think the chest markings look fine. Are they, like, maybe a little thick on this one right here, but when they're all together in a group, they look good. The helmet markings look good, too. Nicely done. I think some dark basing on there is really going to help the look of them, particularly with something that's as white as these guys are. You want that dark basing to contrast against. Good use of speed paints, though, particularly on the weapons. That's the Pro Acryl Dark Gray Blue. Well, that explains it. They do wonderful colors. No, I'm pretty sure the other side of the shirt has a much more horrible part of that quote. Here we have from Furion, Retro Night on Solaris 7. I think I went for the wrong color on the hatchet. Tried a little OSL to blend it into the composition. Not sure if it worked. Otherwise, I think this project worked out. A goddamn. Wow. This is... This is something. This is interesting. I like this. I don't think you went with the wrong color on the axe at all. I really like that. It almost makes it look like it's heated up. Like a heat hawk kind of thing going on there. And, I mean, you used the same on some weapons we have over here on the Orion, so it balances nicely. These are neat. I like the kind of minty green that we have here against the orange and the yellows and the sort of magenta. Like, woof. Very smooth blends on the primary color shift from the top to the bottom. I like these. I like these a lot, particularly as Solaris 7 mechs. They're gaudy, and they're interesting and flashy, and I mean, I prefer, just personally, I prefer flashy, I prefer gaudy over grounded, over realistic, over drab. I think those paint jobs can look good, but these are always going to be more interesting to me. Very, very nicely done, Fury, and particularly the cockpits stand out well. This is a good use, a good example of how contrast works, is that mint green around this sort of red that you have here, because the Crusader cockpit is tiny, and the fact that I can make it out lensed at this size is amazing. These are about, on my screen, these are about the size of the actual minis, and I can see it. That's impressive, because the Crusader in particular, that shit just disappears. Lovely work, Furion. Here we have from Sliced Kitty. Finished my wedding demo on a 16x20 in 7 hours. This demo consisted of about 10 different references. I paint weddings, as in I'm on-site painting you as you say your vows. It's an enjoyable experience, seeing different traditions come into play during and after the ceremony. I've grown fond of it, not to say I don't still paint other things. I still instruct at Painting with a Twist, Paint and Sip Studio, and do my own original work. Well, this is nice. It's not as sterile as a photograph. You get the artist in as well, the interpretation and the feeling. This is a very cool venue too. I like these hanging lights that they've got. That, and you know what's nice about this is when you're inevitably standing there thinking, "Oh, I wish I could have dropped a few more pounds before I put on this fucking jacket." The artist can go ahead and just sort of just make you look a little more, you know. We're passed through the filter of the artist's mind, and as such, nobody has to know quite how tight our pants fit. This is lovely, particularly your work on the wedding dress here. It stands out well when you go from the warm, creamy color of the carpet up to the cool blues of the wedding dress and the shading. This is delightful. Really excellent job on the hair as well. I like the level of detail that we have here. It's not photorealistic. If you wanted photorealistic, you would just take a photo. After all, gorgeous. Gorgeous work, Sliced Kitty. I always like when you share your work with us, and I hope that you are well soon. Here we have from Punished Fink. Over on the CSO Discord, someone posted a 9th Ghost Regiment Dragon that they painted, and I loved it. So for the mechs I picked for my Drax, I decided to go with the 8th Ghosts. They have the same thing going on, but instead of a cherry or plum blossom, the 8th has greenery and a big peony flower on their mechs. This is still a work in progress, but I'm interested in what you and everyone thinks of the ivy and flower so far. That green is kablamo. Holy shit. The freehand is lovely. I might, just because it's supposed to be like ivy leaf work, I might tone the green down a touch. I might bring it into more of a natural register because this is like neon green, at least how it's reading to the camera. And at a distance, it doesn't come off, like the color doesn't come off as a leaf. It comes out as like a synthwave camo pattern. But if you toned it down a little bit, I wouldn't do a lot, but I would tone it down a little bit, or at least give a little variation in the green. Yeah, like graffiti is almost how it reads. The freehand is very clean and nice. I think you've done it well. You've left good spacing between so you can still read the shapes of the leaves. I would just tone the green down. The flower over here, the kind of lavender color that it has, this is nice. This works well. You've got good shading, good highlights. I can read all the petals. I think that's lovely. Yeah, the only thing that I would change on here is probably just toning the green down a wee little bit. But the freehand is very clean. Very clean and very well done. Here we have from Rio Hassenpfeffer. Streamer ate spicy tendy and went en fuego. Oh, I didn't see the end of this one. Oh, I feel regret now that I decided to finish it. Why did I do it again? I'll fucking do it again. It's a vicious cycle. Curious, eat, on fire. Curious, eat, on fire. These are absolutely self-inflicted injuries by Chaotic Harmony. He should have known better. But I'm glad he finished it, because as I told him, we don't waste food. At least it wasn't a totally wasted opportunity, because we got to have some of Rio's amazing art cataloging and forever immortalizing the event. And here we have also from Rio, the Mark of Progress. 2 characters. How far apart? How far apart between these 2 sketches, Rio? Dano, how you doing? Welcome in, my friend. Man, all the texture. All the texture. Holy crap. I gotta find out how much post-it lewds are gonna run me. Because that's obviously what all of this is leading towards. 6 months? God damn. Well, I mean, that's 6 months of you working steady. Because we've been watching it. And this is like the evolution of style, too. Because you can definitely see the early elements in here, but man, how the shading has evolved. The hair just looks fantastic. And the eyes, for that matter, are so much more soulful with all this extra detail worked in. Gorgeous. And the new Pixmart, well, yeah, it's on a fucking post-it. Lovely. Lovely work, Rio. Oh my god. Here we have from Rockin' Robin Workshop. Here are one of the 3 Nurgle trees. The other 2 you can see part of in the back. Decided to paint a bunch of eyes on the 3 big circle areas because I hate myself. I think he does a lot of things for that reason. I won't catch the stream on Sunday. Have to go to a wedding. Robin, I hope that you are having a good time. But hope you all enjoy more of this Nurgle project that I have been doing. What a project it is. This is another one where every time I see parts of it, I'm like, I am anticipating. I am anticipating when we eventually get to see the whole army together, because it's so... This is a Nurgle army that just slaps you in the face. It's so easy when you're painting minis to just fall into the... I don't want to say trap, because there's nothing wrong with doing studio schemes or going along with, you know, what is a popular paint scheme for an army, because the purpose of it is ultimately to put an army on the table and play. But Robin's more than just a player. I've known Robin for a pretty long time now. He and I used to play a lot of games and hang out at the game stores down in Old Tejas. And Robin's an artist. He absolutely is. Interesting ideas, challenging concepts, vibrant and unique armies. And such a variety, too. We've seen so much Nurgle out of him, I can't help but wonder what Robin's going to move on to next. God damn, those eyes are... There's a lot of them. Yeah, I'd imagine you're a little tired of doing irises at this point. And then you got 2 more back here. I like how this one is sort of like a slit, and then this one is just like a narrow little pupil. It looks like this one is going and looking off in one random direction. Very, very fucking cool, Robin. And again, the whole army picture is going to be absolutely amazing. Oh, Speaking of chaotic harmony, what is this? An actual submission? Wanted to try out contrast and zenithal. Oh, I'm sorry. I would also mention, folks, if you see this and you're thinking, wow, this is really cool, I'd like to see more of this, go check out Rockin' Robin's channel on the Thunderhead Studio Discord, which you can go ahead and hit ! Discord there over in chat, or check the little link out below my head. He has his own channel where he posts his work, and it's fucking amazing. Definitely get a link over to his Instagram while you're at it. Oh my god, excuse me. Wanted to try out contrasts and zenithal priming together, and I really like how easy it was to pull off. Gonna paint the entire LGS army, which is being changed out for all newer models thanks to a trade I did like this to save me time. Not just to save you time, this is a great way to do whole armies. Whole armies, chaotic harmony. I mean, that's the idea behind it. You are fulfilling the purpose of the contrast paint. Looks a tad grainy in the picture, but it's pretty solid color from 2 to 3 feet away. Well, as we all know, taking photos of minis is at least as hard, if not harder, than painting them in the first place, so I will definitely take your word for that. Looks like, looks solid to me, man. Space Marines are some of the most contrast painted minis on the planet. They take them really, really well. I dig it. Looks like we get kind of a warm light on it too, so I'm imagining that the red is a little less brown in person. Vergaderung, welcome back. Chaotic Harmony, I'm just happy to see you painting, dude. If speed painting with contrasts for a store army is what it takes to get you arting again, boyo, you do what you gotta. Here we have from Shiny Mew Paints, finally finished the Dwarf. I like this one. I like this one a lot. There are green up here, our purple over here, our orange, some good flesh tones in the middle, kind of a cool... This is more of a warm stone gray here at the bottom. But I think this is a good indicator of having just a couple more points of interest really helps a mini, because if you had just repeated the stone color on the end of the hammer, it wouldn't be anywhere near as interesting as this sort of emerald. And, you know, I see a mohawk. I want to make it purple. Very nice. Very nice work indeed, particularly on the armor there, Shiny Mew. Very clean. Here we have from Dr. Rhino. Oh my god, it's Chaos Weapons. So dirty. So rusty. I love the smoke effect. That's such a nice touch. Rhino has been getting very dangerous in recent days with power tools, and this is the result. This and the, you know, hole in his hand that you can't see because it's over here as he patches it up with super glue. Should the Great Chaotic return, I might make another week of Chaotic Harmony. That was a fun one. that was a very fun series. Love the rust effects, love the heat discoloration along here. I appreciate how you've managed to keep the panel colors intact while still making them filthy and nasty looking. I like how you've mingled blues and reds and greens in here to have a very grimy palette that's still visually interesting. This sort of paint scheme can quickly degenerate into just a bunch of rust that isn't really very fun to look at. And that's what happens to a lot of projects like this. Now, I can't help but notice that we have plasma coils. Plasma coils! Oh god, I'm flashing back to fucking Star Trek Generations. And I have to know what's going to happen here. Is it going to be the classic magenta chaos glow? The, like, black to purple? Because if that's going to happen, I'm very aroused by this prospect. This is very, very interesting to me. Gorgeous work on this. These Chaos Knights are gonna be dag nasty. Here we have from Journeyman Paint Hour, nothing new from the paint desk as work once again sends me elsewhere, but saw this beauty on my weekend hike, thinking of how gorgeous this would be on a mini, and seems an appropriate source pick for a clan mech. Ideas for clan name? Clan Rock Lizard. No, it's a terrible name. That's a terrible name. Chat, get on it. We need a clan name based on... Oh, that is gorgeous, isn't it? I like how the pattern changes from the head down the back. And we go from a yellow into a deep sort of almost blue-green and then out to a pale green along the tail. That's what I said, but the other way around. Damn it, Dwigham. That doesn't count. You can't just do that. He's a pretty boy. Look how long his tail is. Look at that. Damn. Clan Gecko Snake. We're very on the nose today. Lovely photo. Lovely photo, Journeyman Paint Hour. I'm sorry you haven't been able to get any painting in, but I trust we're going to get to that pretty soon. Clan Not Looking Lizard. There you go. You have from Wolverine DH Self-Made, Jade Falcon, Gear Falcon. God, these mechs always weird me out. The Bird mechs. They're not my usual style, but I have to say, well done, particularly on the feet. I appreciate you having this color to separate our green from our yellow. And then we have this same yellow being repeated up here in our cockpit glass. Well sculpted, for that matter, Wolverine DH. I've had a chance to see a lot of your work over the last few years. I would say that some of the layer lines are appearing here in the flat panels on the chest. A lot of that can be alleviated by... Hold on. This is resin, isn't it? Yeah, this is resin. A lot of that can be alleviated by tilting it at like a 30-degree angle off to the side and then tilting it back a little bit. That will do a lot for these even layer lines that tend to appear on flat surfaces. I appreciate that you've left yourself some actual room to put in your cockpit glass effects and some weapon effects. You can always tell someone who both sculpts and paints, because they do crazy things like make minis that are meant to be painted. Nice work, Wolverine. Here we have from Wheezy. Exactly 2 years ago, I started painting miniatures. I put in a lot of hours with a paintbrush. Over that time, I made a lot of mistakes. Also, made a lot of progress. Well, damn, I'll say. Now, this is a good example of someone who has not just been learning to paint, but learning to take pictures. Look at the difference it makes. Now, obviously, the paint job has improved for our Blue Knight over on the right. We've got freehand work. We've got some really, really dramatic panel lining, which I think works particularly well. We've got some weathering effects down on the feet. I really like the freehand kind of runes and lines on the plates. I think that looks great. We've got some added antenna over on the right side of the head. We've got some excellent lensing effects on the weapons and on the cockpit, which is difficult to do on this particular model. We got a nice glow coming from the PPC. But I have to note that the photography is much better too. We have something I would pay attention to here as far as his lighting. In the box, you can tell that he's using diffusers on his lights because there's no shadow. Like, there is, kinda, but the edges are so soft you can barely make it out. And this is really what you want, is no shadow. Think about it this way. When you're taking a picture of a mini, you don't want there to be any light or any shadow that you didn't put there on purpose, that you as the artist came up with. So we're getting a pure look at the work of the artist here, because there's no real significant shadows being cast anywhere to throw off the paint job, and it looks wonderful. It looks just wonderful, Wheezy. Fantastic work and great progress. Oh my god, pun expected. Took a break from larger projects to paint another Kingdom Death pinup. Creepy baby grubs need a lot of work still, but otherwise fairly happy so far with it. I imagine Pun Expected was talking like this when he painted it. Yeah. Get down there on that creepy mushroom. Feed the baby grubs. Oh my god, they're horrible. Oh my god, I just saw the faces. I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like this at all. This is horrible. God damn it. Oh my god. I love Pun Expected's painting. Pun Expected has a fantastic understanding of color composition. The use of different shades, different hues to help the eye see. We go from our blue to our yellow to our red to our yellow to our red to our blue. There's this wonderful transition along here. We go from butt to butt to butt to butt to butt to butt to... Oh, I got stuck there for a second. From flesh tone into red, into yellow, into black. It's really nicely done. There's a kind of a I hate to use the word sloppy or messy, but a less careful non-metallic metal that still reads very well, and the composition of light on the metallic parts, both on the headpiece and on the gauntlet. And then there's an awful little baby grub that's squirting juice out of its ass. Look, folks, I've only painted one Kingdom Death model, and it was the Flower Knight. So, goddamn. We're gonna paint Kroot boobies, but we're never gonna sink so low as to do the Kingdom Death pinups. I hate the colors down here, by the way. Like I like how they work in the composition of the piece with how earthy they are, but let's just move on. Let's just move on. God damn it. Okay, here we have from Vergaderung. Little bit of design happened this week. Finished sculpting the missile effects for Kursala. He stuck them on his mech and rendered them. Hopefully, we'll see a print soon. Look at him. Look at the vertical launch. This looks great. This looks great. Vergaderung has really got his process for weapon effects down. I love the use of the kind of Sidewinder style missile with the twin, like, cross-shaped guidance fins on the front and back. It also reminds me of the missile launcher that you have in, like, Super Metroid. That's what our missiles look like. I don't know what those are, White Wolf, but I suspect I have a good idea of generally what they look like. I like how he's kind of leaning into it, too. It's a nice touch, Kursala. He's like, let me just... Okay, there we go. Very cool. I love this design. I love that this has gone through the hands of now Kursala, Project Dark Fox, Vergaderung. It's such a wonderful collaborative piece. Missiles, indeed. Go whoosh. Afterwards, my friend came over and started building his dream PC. He gave me a really good deal on his old parts, and now my PC has a Ryzen 7 processor, GeForce RTX 3070. I lost my second monitor because it was too old and didn't have the correct ports, so I'm gonna get a new, slightly larger one. Use my current one for the second. Ooh, doggy. Look at that. We got some RGB kicking in there and everything. This is where all the money goes. This is what really makes it go faster, is the RGB. I'll bet this one, like shifts too. Actually, it definitely does, because it does on my Ryzen. I remember putting that in the first time and thinking, this is a stupid feature. Like, I hope I didn't pay that much more money for you to put the fucking RGB into my processor, guys. Ooh, look at this sexy. Look at this sexy GeForce down here. I'm so glad that we can actually, like, we're starting to be able to actually get GPUs again after that bizarre crypto mining fucking boom that we went through. Lovely, lovely, Vergaderung. I trust this means we're going to have some more intense sculpting and renders. What is this mini? There's a mini. What is this mini, guys? What is it? Help me. It looks like, is it a vampire? It's got like some skirts on. It's got its hand is in, it's in a vampire pose. You see that? It's doing like this. It's got like long hair, kind of flowing. Looks like it has a frill, like it has, like, this is why I say vampire. It's got the, and then it's got the collar coming up. There's a vampire centaur lady. You say that like I know what the fuck you're talking about. Oh! You're talking about Lakavai. Right? The only reason, yeah, because I can see the wings. That's what these are. So she's got wings coming down. The only reason I know what mini that is because I think that's one of the first things that I saw Matt Yee paint. And it took me a while to realize what was going on. I was like, is she like riding a big bat? And then I was like, oh no, those are coming out of her body. Oh, oh God. It's right here. Yeah, what do you know? I didn't even notice. Well, I can see it better in the reflection than I can see it here. That doesn't help me. Oh, shut up, Sumba. You smartass. Here we have from Kursala. Painted up 3 of the missile trails last night. Stuffed them onto the Copus left and the glaive. Copus pose was originally intended to have trails, so now it's fully complete. This is a good look. This is a good look. I think that you did a better job on these missile trails than the ones that I did for the trench foot. And that might mean that I'm going to steal all your ideas. I think making them longer is definitely a good idea because that way it doesn't crowd the mech, and that way you can have a more gentle curve forward as opposed to the more violent curve that I did. But I've only done one set of missile trails, so I'm going to defer to the experience of Vergaderung working on future ones. And these look cool too, I like that. Excellent looking missile trails. The subtle arc is definitely the right move. Gorgeous. And well applied and painted, Kursala. Let's have a look at this from the back. Look at that. I love vertical missile launches. It just, like, to me, this is what they all should be. For long-range missiles, they should all be going up, targeting, and then coming down on their target. We should have more things with contrails. Broadly speaking, I tend to agree. Nice, simple paintwork on these trails, too. Excellently done, Kursala. And there they are. Indeed, here we have from Squared. Speaking of the trench foot, haven't had much painting motivation lately, but it's on a base, and I got the glass done. Look at this classic beauty. Oh, such a clean paint job. I do love the design of this so much, Project Dark Fox. We've got to get a couple more of your designs brought into reality. I do intend to get to that this month. Of course, half the month is gone. But once I sit down and start working, it shouldn't take too long. I need to wrap up these base sets that I'm doing. I got to do the base sets. I have to do the updates for the raised bases, that first set of files that I did for BattleTech, because I owe those to Steel Warrior Studios. And our casting guy has finally got his ScioRes machine, so once he has finished doing his first initial castings of our Conquest bases, I want to be able to feed him some of these mech parts. And part of me is holding off on doing them, because I want to feed these parts to the caster guy, so that he can run them through and tell me what works, what doesn't, what I need to change. So that the next run of mechs I give him will just be optimized for casting in ScioRes. Lovely work, Squared. I continue to love the contrast you do between the purple and yellow for the cockpit glass. Gorgeous, gorgeous work. Nice looking base, too. Here we have from Nocturnal Miniatures. Now I'm gonna ask you next time, Nocturnal Miniatures, crop them photos, bro. Crop them photos so we can get a little bit closer. I'm gonna go ahead and blow this up on my monitor, and holy shit, does the green make a difference? Yes, 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 yes. Abso-fucking-lutely. That makes a huge difference. Even just broadly applied the way that you've done it, I think the roughness works for the old Dominion figures. It just adds so much more interest to the palette overall. Now, I'm not just looking at a flat model. We got some on the faces, we got some that like verdigris on the shields. All in all, very nicely done, Nocturnal. Yeah, this is a huge improvement. And I can tell you're taking it like with flash too. So we're not quite doing them justice for what they would look like in purpose. In person. On purpose. On person? My brain just stopped working? What the fuck happened? I love it. Yeah, see, that's what I mean, Nocturnal. It's we tend to think that paint jobs depend on advanced techniques and super careful work, but that's fluff. That's all fluff. That's if you want to push yourself as a painter, if you want to do, but you can have minis that look great with simple painting techniques simply because you made good choices in the beginning before you ever started painting. And some of the best choices you can make have to do with this amazing tool right here. Folks, if there's anyone out there who paints minis who doesn't have a color wheel on their desk, it's an amazing little tool. You can shift it around and see the different relationships between colors, what colors you can add to get different values. You can, here we have like our complementary, split complementary, triad, tetrad set up so that you can check the relationship between colors. Get yourself a fucking color wheel. This will change the way that you paint, or at least it should. If this doesn't change the way that you paint, you're probably a virtuoso and you don't need my advice anyway. See what I mean? Vergata-rung. That's exactly what I'm talking about. This maniac is painting like crazy Riddler-style murals that all match up from particular directions because he's out of his damn mind. Hey, make sure you recycle that can. It says it right there. Lovely. Lovely. Yeah, you can do it online, Riot Sister. I still like having one in my hand. Online color wheels work fine. Oh, are we ranting about Star Wars again? Yeah, we can do that. Here we have from the Toe Bean Lord. Oh, I'm excited to see some of your work again, man. Got a few pieces done recently, but this is the only one I can share since the other pieces are for a commission. Well, he's just too cool for school, isn't he? Oh, I like the lighting on this piece. The heavy shadows in front just sort of catching the top. We got, despite the fact that we appear to have a CRT for a head, we still somehow have hair over one eye. Just getting the single cool guy look. Is Star Wars Rant the default setting? Yeah, if you like unplug me and plug me back in, that's where I start. That's where it begins. Oh, Coral, thanks for hanging out, man. Really interesting color palette on this too. I like the kind of maroon going into orange. Is Homeboy wearing leg warmers or those boots? Does he have jeans tucked into his boots? He doesn't give a fuck, does he? This dude just wears whatever the hell he wants. He's got like this horrific combination of early 2000s and late 80s style that I don't know if I'm comfortable with. Very dramatic shadowing. Not a character I draw often, mostly just because their design changes all the time. This is sort of the artist's curse. Every time we finish something, we change our mind about it a little bit. Tobin Lord, it's wonderful to see your work again, dude. I always enjoy your style. Gorgeous. Absolutely lovely. And yeah, really, really evocative and dramatic shading. I dig it. I particularly like how it looks like we've got more moonlight over here, and then there's a little bit of the yellow from our harsh fluorescent light coming in over on this side against his jeans, which changes the tone of it ever so subtly. Very nicely done, Toby. Here we have from DFW Dwegham. I present an all-speed paint Kenobi. I call him Speedobi. I plan to highlight the robe with a dry brush of tan with the speed paint cures, but thought he looked neat. For anyone interested, I may have found a near-perfect mix for Kenobi's hair, hardened leather and holy white in a 3-to-1 mix. I was quite taken with it when I first put it down. Also Padme. I'm a ray of fucking sunshine. Yeah. Over here, when it's toned down a little bit, this works particularly well. That actually is a pretty good tone for Ewan's hair. Man, speed paints. I dig them. I dig them. I like what contrast and speed paints do for the hobby. I really do. It's like, we live in this amazing time of social media for miniature painting. We have access to all these paint jobs. And people still have this sort of stigma about not having painted armies and about different techniques. And I remember when people were being snooty about dry brushing. I remember when people were being snooty about airbrushing not being a real technique. Like, it goes through so many fashions. But I think a lot of people might not remember the dark times when, and it's still true, when most armies are not fucking painted. Like, it used to be so much more difficult than it is now, and I think that we have a higher percentage of painted armies because these simple, easy techniques are available before the dark times. Before the Games Workshop. Very nicely done. I'm always a little sad that this model of Padme doesn't have the Nexu midriff rip, but, you know, I guess I'll live. Nicely done, Dwegham. I love seeing what you do with speed paints. Here we have from Sumitha, Operation Lancaster News/Preview. Well, with the launch of the final planned update of Operation Lancaster's PDF file version 1.0.5, here is the final art piece by Pyralis. Admittedly very scaled down for the purpose of presentation here. We'll also include a close-up of the full-resolution image, just to give some idea of the level of attention to detail this piece has received. Not to mention the sheer size of the piece itself. There are so many extreme details in this image that I can't even put into words how impressed I am. I think I might just have to release an Art of Operation Lancaster pack. Yes, obviously, fuck yeah. For that matter, I want another calendar, goddammit, just so people can see full-resolution versions of this and the cover art. Seeing the world I had in my head, but no way to personally express other than through words brought to life. I'm not gonna lie, it brought a very real tear to my eye, seeing this completed. As always, I do recommend opening these in full resolution, Thunderhead. It's worth it. Pyralis' work here is absolutely stunning. Welcome to Akala 3, Sumitha. I do hope that these are also in the Operation Lancaster channel, because I would like to take a look at them after I am not sitting. Like, this monitor, it's always important to recognize. Well, I guess it's not important to recognize. It's good for me to express, perhaps. I have a bunch of light shining in my face. That's why all this works. That's why my cameras pick everything up, because I got a bunch of bright lights shining in my face every time I'm fucking sitting here. So I always get a little bit of a washed out version of what I'm looking at. And sometimes I'll even glance over at that monitor just to get a better idea of some colors. God damn, this is a lovely piece. Oh yeah, the contrails up here, the addition of the crescent. Yoo-hoo-hoo. Plant details, all the places that the light is being picked up. This in particular continues to impress me every single time I see it. Yeah, I'm gonna have to dig into the details on this one. Damn. When people hoarded techniques harder than dragons, best painter in the shop, you should paint better. Yeah, yeah, those were interesting times. Back when, like, telling people to thin their paint was genuinely something they hadn't heard before. Those were the days. Most of the advice that we had to claw out of people back then has turned into memes by now. God damn. Soft glow that the filtered evening light is. This is a lovely piece. This is an absolutely lovely piece. And yeah, I'm gonna have to blow this up and get a better view of. Oh, your little eyeball.
He got a little smile on his face, too. Oh, God. Oh, my gourd.
Oh, and the scale undersuit here. We got our symbol here for, fucking. Oh. Dreadnought. It took me a second. I'm like, I've said this name so many times. Why am I. This happens. This happens to me every time I'm on stream. You've seen it happen numerous times, Sumitha, where I'm like, I'm going to say the name of an actor that I've said 1,000 times that I know all the work of, and that actor's name is... Maybe I should do more produced content. Yeah, that's probably the truth, Data Nerd. Oh my god. Oh my. Ooh, I just want to... I feel like right here. Right here's where you do some of the scritching. Maybe right here behind the horn. You know, a little scritch in there. That probably itches, right? Do dragons purr? They will. Here we have from Merlin Models. Work on my orc Ludamech continues. I didn't realize. Did I know you were working on a Ludamech? I don't know. I was trying to continue pushing my volumetric highlights and ended up with a non-metallic metal effect. Well, yeah. That's... What? Merlin. I know you're not here, but for when you review this, that's what non-metallic metal is. That's you just like I was doing non-metallic metal and somehow it wound up looking like non-metallic metal. It's been a nice passion project that I have mostly done off stream. Oh yeah, it's definitely coming together there. It's literally all non-metallic metal is highly contrasting, extreme volumetric highlighting. That is the whole fucking thing. If you practice volumetric highlighting and then you just keep pushing it further and further, you get to NMM real fucking quick. Love the tone on the orc skin, by the way. I think the blue works so damn well against it. Very clean. Very clean, Merlin. That'll do. That'll do. Hey, Splintered Brush, how you doing, my friend? Here we have from Grey Mail. Finished up the puffer fish guy. Also have added some initial greenery on the base. Made from cut vellum. Ooh, fancy. Have some similar seagrass to add, but I'll put down the AK beach sand before I set the figures down. My, oh my, oh my. Hellboy 666 5. Just kind of want to just chop that off the end. Hellboy, thank you so much for the follow. Hail Satan. This is nice. This is some real nice work. Now, I've used cork to kind of do a little bit of a coral effect before. It has such a wonderful texture to it. I'll be interested to see them all down on the base. I appreciate all the pinning that you've done. It's always tricky for me to line up. Look at this fucking guy. This is... These minis are so silly. Okay. Just okay. I'm gonna reserve judgment until I see the whole piece, and then I'm probably just gonna chuckle for a while. Dano, have a great day at work, at least as good a one as you can, my friend, and be sure to drive safe. Love his goofy little face, right? He's... It's ridiculous. Now he's got his elbows pulled back and everything. Good work on the eyes, too. I really like that. One pinprick away from going full Big Trouble in Little China. Why don't I have that available as a button I can push? Thank you for reminding me, Sumitha. I've only got one clip from Big Trouble in Little China, and it's not that one somehow. What, huh? What'll come out no more? Here we have from Gus Schultz. So excited to have been given the opportunity to write my first article. Never thought in my wildest dreams it would also make the cover. Well, Gus Schultz. I can tell you why that is. It's a phrase that I use a lot here on this stream. Black blood of the earth. Oh, you mean oil? Oh, I'm in black blood of the earth. That's not it. It's a phrase that I use a lot, which is we are our own worst critics. And I say worst and not harshest, because while that can be interpreted to say that we are our own harshest critics, and we often are, we are literally our own worst critics in many cases. Again, this won't apply to everybody, but I think probably to you somewhat. In many ways, we're the least qualified to judge our own work objectively. We can't be objective about our own work. There are perhaps people that love their own work too much, but I think far more often we know what we saw in our head, and we know what we did. And we know the mistakes that we made. We know the things that we didn't mean to happen. We know the places that we cut corners. We know every little brushstroke. And that's all we can see are the problems we can't see where it works. And this piece works so well. Other people aren't seeing those flaws, man. Because I'll tell you what, I'm not surprised at all. It's such a fantastic piece. It looks so real. It's so evocative. It's the symbolism in it is not only present, but it's clearly communicated. And there's there's doing symbolism, there's having symbolism, and then there's communicating those symbols. And if your symbolism isn't clearly communicated, then it's really only useful to the author. But this is clean, clear, and most importantly, it's interesting. Lovely. Lovely work, Gus Schultz, and well earned. Here we have from White Wolf. While others paint, my weekend's been focused on rearranging my workbench and storage as I feel they need a change. Plus side all my Plamo stuff in the same area. On the other paw, there's 2 more conversion kits coming in at some point. Big Evie is seeing a workbench shortly, hence why the fluffy bugger's on the floor. And yes, I did indeed have to put the real grade kits in release order, more or less. Oh, the anal retentive nature of the collector. Oh, I know it well. Look at we got some BattleTech boxes up here and everything. Little Eevee over here. So much plastic. So much plastic. We've got Barbados over here. Everyone's gonna correct my pronunciation. I don't give a shit. By the way, I can't finish Iron-Blooded Orphans. Symbology. Symbolism. What's the symbolism? I can't finish Iron-Blooded Orphans. I can't do it. It gets real fucking stupid around the end of season 2. I'm like 4 episodes from the end, and I had this realization as I went to put it on that I didn't care. I'm like, let's watch episode 20, and I'm like, I don't give a shit about anything that's happening. I don't give a shit about any of the characters. I'm annoyed by several plot developments. I'm gonna go watch something else. And just kind of... The first season's great. And when you compare some of the shit that happens at the end of the first season to some of the shit that happens towards the middle to end of the second season, it's like they got different writers or something. And I don't know anything about what happened behind the scenes between seasons, but it feels like it's written by completely different people. It is really off-putting. The first half of season 2 is fine. And they introduce like a really, really interesting plot that should have taken up the rest of the season, and then they drop it like a sack of shit, and they go full on into angel mechs that move at ninja speeds like every other fucking Gundam series always had, and it's so boring. It's so boring. God damn it. That's the worst thing. That's the worst thing a show can be. It's boring. Disappointing. Watch The Expanse for the 5th time like me. I soured on the later seasons. I'll watch The Expanse seasons 1 and 2, you better believe that. Here we have from Automat Americana. I've been bizarrely productive lately. Ooh, that sounds good. Finished painting one of my cicada sculpts, continuing work on my next sculpt. It's actually not an aerospace fighter, but I'm not saying more than that for now. How coy. And the drink is the result of me messing around. I don't know what that means. Oh, here we go. A jigger of tequila, a jigger of triple sec, a splash of lemon juice. And the hand-squeezed juice of a half-blood orphan. Or orange. The hand-squeezed juice... I'm sorry. The hand squeezed juice of a half a blood orange. I actually tried something a bit new in my cicada's camo scheme. I found this really tatty, beat to death brush that's missing most of, I'm not even going to look at chat right now. That's missing most of its bristles, and those that are left are really long and nasty. Use it to dry brush, super fine and irregular stripes of Vallejo Beastie Brown from upper left, lower right. It looks great up close and still gives the scheme a bit of a textured, shaded feel at tabletop distance. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. How you doing, Wolfenstein? It's good to see you. Welcome in. Yep. I actually really like this. Hang on, let me look at that technique again. Super fine and irregular stripes of Vallejo Beast. So it's like a hash mark effect. Almost, isn't it? Wolfenstein, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. It's a very painterly sort of effect. It's like someone might do in a sketch as opposed to a realistic model. Don't clip that. Don't. I immediately flash back to like Venture Brothers. Yeah, it has some unorthodox parts in it. I use, an orphan. Did you just say an orphan? Which parts? I mean, just the heart, you know? You use the heart of a forsaken child? Oh, God. What am I doing? What am I doing with my life? It's a lovely paint job. The fact that I can see all the details clearly is just such a damn good sign. I like the subtle variations in color across it, and I think the texture adds a lot. Little splashes of color in there to keep the interest up, and I can even tell where the cockpit's supposed to be. Well done, Automat. I have no idea what the fuck this is going to turn into, but I'm curious about it, considering it looks like it has wings. I guess those might be more like pauldrons. A land air mech? Yeah, maybe something like that. It'll be interesting to see what that turns into. Have a Space Marine army. Ooh, what chapter, Wolfenstein? And are we talking Firstborn? Are we talking Primaris? I'm going to bet Primaris. I'm going to bet Primaris, Space Wolf. Is that too on the nose because the name is Wolfenstein? I feel like it is. I feel like that's why I guessed it. But we'll see if I'm right. Here we have from White Wolf. Desk won't be ready by cutoff, so here have some pictures of the shelf above the workbench. We'll conveniently ignore that there's only 2 finished models on said shelf. 3, if you include the Boogoo, who just needs top coat. Didn't want an empty shelf that I put boxes onto. Yeah, you gotta use them for display at least every now. I continue to love this one. This is one of my favorite builds. Wing Zero up here, looking magnificent like he does at the end of the musical number in his movie. Oof. That's a big boy, isn't it? That's a real big boy. So many cool builds. Ultramarine and Space Wolves. Ha! Hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo! I mean, of course, if someone says they have a Space Marine army and you guess Space Wolf, like, you're gonna be right. Maybe a sixth of the time. They're a very popular chapter, to be fair. We'd love to see him, Wolfenstein. You can feel free to post up in the Storm Report once we clear the channel. We do this every stream, and I love to see what people are working on. Ooh, is it Riot Sister? I'm gonna have to head out and see what I can see. And because I have one submission left, Thunderhead will probably want to see a close-up of this particular section of the shelf. When built, Big Eevee will be worked on. Oh, so many Eevees. And our Flexi Crystal Dragon. This is such a cool print. This came out nice. And then these concerning gelatinous crystals that I think we've seen before. Hey, man, I dig it. Look at them Eevee. Oh, there's a little like vector Eevee here too. Neat. I do love a good display shelf. So does Bubba J, though. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. I do have a Discord, Wolfenstein. You can always get access to that by putting !Discord in chat, or there should be a little button down there below my face that should also get you over there. Here we have from Nash, it's a burger mech. Yes. Why does it have such an anthropomorphic spinal column, though? What's it doing? It's like it's doing the creep. It very clearly has a sesame seed bun. I mean, I can't argue with that, Gimishkar. Okay. Well, the bottom is for some reason mechanical. Like, this is the interesting thing, is it doesn't softly or gently transition from mechanical to culinary. It's like a hard cut. Like, the top of the mech is right here. It looks like one of the tall necks from Horizon Zero Dawn. It looks like one of the tall necks from Horizon Zero Dawn if you then built a burger on top of its head. Like, you just slapped some lettuce on there and a meat patty that's like 15 feet long. It has Crabbot stalking. Oh, this is our Crab. I was wondering kind of about this. He's stalking the burger. He doesn't give a shit about the mech. He's like, I'm gonna get him some of that. I'm loving the sketches, Gimishkar. Keep it flowing. Here we have from a Vash. Shared without comment. New additions to my Bolt Action Army, Sherman M4 and Sherman VC Firefly. Look at all these bad boys. Ooh. I've been thinking about Bolt Action more lately because Beyond the Gates of Antares just released its 2nd edition, and they're about to add in their first truly alien faction. All the factions in Beyond the Gates of Antares are human, including the Gar, who don't look human, because they're like transhuman. They are post-human. They have evolved into something else, but they started human. And they're adding the Voral, who are like actual bug aliens, which is pretty cool. That is a good number of forces, and you are chugging the hell along, and we got our 2 additions here. I've always loved the shape of the Sherman turret. I don't know why. It's I guess because it's iconic in a lot of ways. For a tank that gets a lot of shit, I think unfairly. German armor is there are a lot of, what's the phrase I heard? Like Verabu. A lot of Verabus in the world post-World War II decided to try and fillet the German war machine and insist that German tanks were these amazing, unstoppable machines. And I mean, like, half of them would light on fire if you drove them too hard, so I have a hard time really believing that. And American armor gets a lot of shit despite the fact that it was, like, rugged and effective and got the fucking job done. Admittedly, a lot of it was our ability to just mass manufacture both tanks and replacement and maintenance parts, but they're respectable machines. Not Ubisoft iconic, no. No. And then here we have from Semi-Serious Nerd progress on the Demogorgon. Finally got the scales painted in the dark reddish/purple color along with the spikes painted. Let's go with quills. I insist we call them quills. Oh no, these are spikes. Okay, these are quills, these are spikes. Fine, we can have that. We can have that division. God damn, this is so cool looking. Look at, the way you've done the musculature. Ugh, big rippling fucking arms. Look at these. Oh, I'd be terrified to face something like this. It would just rip you apart. Is so much better than the old Ral Partha Demogorgon. It's kind of laughable. And the work you've done on it, particularly pulling out all the little bits of musculature, mixing in some warm colors for some pleasant contrast, putting this purple spine down the quills. I like how the central, like, ridgeback of quills splits off. That's so cool. I mean, you know, the two-headed nature of the Demogorgon. Nasty hooks. nasty hooks. Lovely. The players are going to shit themselves. That's just when they see the model. Then they're going to be like, oh, we've got to fight that fucking thing. Lovely, lovely work, Semi-Serious Nerd. It's a great model, well painted, that I cannot wait. Cannot wait to see finished. The classic Demogorgon, yeah, it's the two-headed monkey. I have it. I've got it in my closet right now. The metal one? Yeah, it's a fucking monkey demon. It's it's pretty goofy looking, honestly, and the arm tentacles are just nowhere near as threatening as this version of it. But that Demogorgon is our final entry in the Storm Report, which marks the end of the Storm Report and the end of the... I've had the fucking 3D printer camera up this whole time and nothing's been printing. Nobody told me. I guess I should look at my own stream from time to time. But, you know, now it's now it's kind of over. So I don't have to. Let me go ahead and figure out who we're gonna raid tonight. Who's doing what out there? I'm gonna actually check the channels because I've raided into empty channels before. Oh, Coral is mining shit. Skelebi looks like she's going. Go ahead and drop that real quick. Let's raid Skelebi. We've raided Teal Security more recently than we've raided Skelebi. She is working on some 3D printed business. Let's go have a look, folks. It's a little late. It's a little late, so I know a lot of you might be getting ready to turn in for the night. But I always try to raid you someplace interesting, supportive, educational, and fun. And usually, I'll at least get fun right. So stick around for a minute, go with the raid, check out the channel, drop her a follow if you like what you see, if you like the vibe. It's a great channel. Make sure you catch her next stream. Folks, we're gonna be back. Shadow Minion, thank you so much for the follow. We are gonna be back Tuesday the 17th. We're actually gonna be painting the Forge Fathers. I was showing these guys earlier. I need to get them primed tomorrow, and we're just gonna lay into them with some speed paints because I'm pretty well ready to paint them and their tank for my firefight force for Mantic. It's not for Mantic, it's for me. It's for Mantic's firefight. Thursday the 19th, we're either going to be sculpting bases or we're going to be building our Veermen also for firefight. We're gonna get those armies done. We're gonna do it. We're speed painting, goddammit. And then Sunday the 22nd, we're gonna go into our single figure focus again. Vader will be completely done by then, so we're gonna start in on our limited edition Luke, and I'm really excited about that. Thank you guys. Oh my god, we got fucking raids, amazing raids today. Thank you guys for the raids. Thank you to all of our new followers. I hope you guys had fun. As always, thank you to my amazing mod team and everyone who contributed to the Storm Report. I'm going to go get something to eat, so until next time, keep on painting.